Belfast Conference Mystic Train. Finally, it's all over. Arseny is tired of the rather serious preparation for the conference, but his expectations of finding material for at least some advancement of his doctoral topic far from his homeland have not been justified. British science has not advanced as much as it seemed before. The conference itself mercilessly shattered the illusion that one can find more information at a conference abroad than in one's own library, using internet access to world scientific resources. Many thoughts overwhelmed Arseny's mind about the very need to participate in this conference. If his old friend Alexander hadn't called him. Alexander. Arseny? So what? Did you find anything interesting and truly progressive for yourself at the conference? Arseny. Nothing, San. Nothing at all. Everything I read. The richly dressed professors repeated word for word with the air of at least God. Alexander. I told you that you went in vain. So what new did you learn? And a lot of money went down the drain. Arseny. I learned something new, San. That the epidemic has died down and the British government will no longer allocate money for prion research. Alexander. Oh yes, Arseny. Really extensive information. Worthy of a conference. So right back when you get home, Britain has no money for prions. Arseny. San, there are earthquakes in Great Britain. For some reason the earth trembles. Alexander. Where are you now? Arseny. I'm on the train. Here I left Belfast for Dublin, and from there to Tallinn, home. Alexander turned on the TV. The news program was on. A UFO appeared in the north of Scotland. The British Security Service tried to contact the craft. The ship was flying south and did not respond to the signals sent. British troops tried to shoot down the craft. The ship opened fire to kill. The city of Glasgow was fused with the Earth's crust by a beam from the craft. The capital of Scotland was burned by the same beam. The craft was shot down, but it will fall in Northern Ireland. Alexander. Arseny, hurry up and get back. I couldn't believe my ears. The official news reported for the first time about the war with an alien ship. Arseny. San, are you completely crazy? What the hell are aliens? Turn on the news, and not this rent-seeking nonsense. Alexander. I swear to God it was broadcast on Channel 1. Now the whole world is moving. At least Britain is being given loans to restore the North. Arseny. Well, yes. And Atlantis. And Shambhala. San, get some sleep and stop raving. The earth shook so much that the train barely stayed on the track. Arseny picked up the bell, put the phone in his pocket, and decided to take a rest, sitting by the window. Some not quite sober lout of Latin American appearance passed by him. He came up to Arseny and sat down next to him. Fernando. Senor, I heard you talking on the phone with your friend and mentioned Atlantis and Shambhala. Arseny. Senor, what is your name? Fernando. I'm Fernando. I'm from Mexico, more precisely from Yucatan. Sorry, you and your friend were arguing about Atlantis and Shambhala, so I'll tell you that they really existed. Arseny was surprised. Did he really talk so loudly on the phone? But the uninvited interlocutor remained sitting next to him at the table in the compartment. Here he suddenly continued the conversation. Remember, Atlantis and Shambhala really existed. Just as there are alien civilizations, at least 2 green and gray. The Atlanteans were friends with the Greys. The Greens destroyed them. Arseny found it unbearable to listen to the nonsense about Atlantis and decided to change the subject. Arseny. Where are you from and where are you going? Fernando. I want to go back to Mexico, to Merida. By profession, I am a collector of legends and national folklore of the Indians of the Caribbean. Arseny. And what city are you from? Fernando. I was born in Itza. During my childhood I saw a lot. Very incomprehensible and not particularly pleasant for memories and narration. I do not narrate everything I saw, I just keep silent about some of it. I keep silent about most of it. When life became completely unbearable, I became interested in meditation. Arseny. And why is it unbearable? Cocaine. Have you had enough of the mafia? Fernando. The cocaine mafia has had enough of me now. They killed my wife and little son. But before this modern life, I clearly remember how I lived in Atlantis. Arseny decided that his interlocutor was actually unwell, and here he had a dual personality from the very beginning. On the one hand, he wanted to hear the madman out. On the other hand, he just wanted to get rid of him. Without collecting his thoughts on what to do with the annoying storyteller, Arseny said, "So what serious can you say, you Mexican drunk?" Fernando. "In vain, you are so rude. Better listen. Before Atlantis there were no Prions. They appeared in the last days." Arseny. "Tell me, soothsayer, were they somehow healed? Or did they destroy this damn idiotic Atlantis?" Fernando. "The needles of retribution for sinful thoughts pierced the brain, rejecting the foundations of Atlantean philosophy." Arseny. "You are not telling me the delirium of legends, but the exact word. How to stop the transformation of a healthy prion into a sick one under the influence of a sick one." Fernando. "I am a humanities student, a bit of a poet. I do not know the exact sciences." Arseny. "Answer the questions as accurately as possible without poetry. When did the first prion appear?" Fernando. "At the end of times of Atlantis. Shambhala destroyed the city." Arseny. "So that means they weren't there in the beginning?" Fernando. "This is an unearthly phenomenon. Listen, it's disgusting for me to talk about it. Well, I don't understand it." Arseny. "What don't you understand?" Fernando. "How can you sleep with a gray humanoid?" Arseny. Fernando. "Don't talk nonsense." Fernando. "This is not nonsense, it's the truth. The civilization of Earthlings was very developed in my childhood. People flew into space, they cured all diseases until they went mad from their power. In Thebes, the firstborn was carried by 2 happy fathers. Suddenly a shot destroyed the palanquin. The Lord became angry, and he destroyed the entire civilization into utter hell. The Savior fully saved the world, not allowing the evil genetics to destroy our entire race." Arseny. "So these freaks can have their own children?" Fernando. "They did it. The Atlanteans were really going crazy. Who didn't give birth to whom?" Lord, I don't want to continue. How can you lose your mind like that? Arseny. "So those devils did it to achieve their happiness?" Fernando. "Worse, sir. Worse." Arseny. "With animals?" Fernando. "With aliens." Arseny. "So they exist?" Fernando. "Yes, I tell you they exist." Arseny. "How did you get here from Mexico?" Fernando. "There was a convention of ancient legend lovers in Belfast. You know, I have to tell you that we are still living at the end of time. They have returned, the gray ones. They have returned, and believe me, they are not kind anymore. Great Britain is no longer a tenant. It shut down the Vimana, as the news on the Wi-Fi tells me. The president of the Grey Ones will not forgive the Earthlings for this. This civilization is very warlike. They don't care about people or animals. If they were killed, they will wipe out all living things here. Believe me, sir. And they were technically superior to Earthlings even in Atlantean times." Arseny. "And why do you want to go to Merida?" Fernando. "For the same reason you want to go to Talon." Arseny was taken aback by his interlocutor's ability to notice the finest details so clearly. Arseny. "So what are you going to do?" Fernando. "We'll see each other again. Then the Lord will give me an atheist passport, and I'll live in the dominion of the Greys, richer than you." Arseny. "Are you a prophet?" Fernando. "They say you are. Senor, you will return to Talon, but you will have a hard time getting away from here." Arseny. "Sorry, I have a phone." Alexander called. "If they killed them into dust, they would." Wipe out all living things here, believe me, sir, and technically they were superior to Earthlings even in Atlantean times. Arseny. And why do you want to go to Merida? Fernando? For the same reason. You want to go to Tallinn. Arseny was taken aback by his interlocutor's ability to notice the finest details so clearly. Arseny. So what are you going to do? Fernando. We'll see each other again. Then the Lord will give me an atheist passport, and I'll live in the dominion of the Greys richer than you. Arseny. Are you a prophet? Fernando. They say you are. Senor, you'll return to Tallinn, but you'll have a hard time getting away from here. Arseny. Sorry, I'm on the phone. Alexander called. If they killed them into dust, they would. Wipe out all living things here, believe me, sir. And technically they were superior to Earthlings even in Atlantean times. Arseny. And why do you want to go to Merida? Fernando. For the same reason you want to go to Tallinn. Arseny was taken aback by his interlocutor's ability to notice the finest details so clearly. Arseny. So what are you going to do? Fernando. We'll see each other again. Then the Lord will give me an atheist passport and I'll live in the dominion of the Greys richer than you. Arseny. Are you a prophet? Fernando. They say you are. Senor, you'll return to Tallinn, but you'll have a hard time getting away from here. Arseny. Sorry, I'm on the phone. Alexander called. Alexander. Arseny, leave these 2 damn islands immediately. All sorts of things are happening there. People are undressing and drowning their families in the sea, taking their children with them. Cars, trains, and planes don't listen to people. The aliens have declared war on England to completely exterminate the people on these islands. Arseny. Are you completely crazy? Alexander. They got off in Britain, and you had to go to this madhouse for a conference. Arseny. Listen. I have the Master and Margarita relaxing on the train here. Some drunk Mexican has sat down next to me, and he's been messing with my brains about Shambhala, Atlantis, and gray humanoids. He says he'll get off the train in 2 hours and walk through a tunnel in France. Like it's very dangerous to be in Great Britain now. Alexander. The worst thing is that he's right. Believe me, they started talking about the Greys in the news. It's for a reason. Arseny. What should I do with this Mexican Wooland? Alexander. Whatever you want. I'm not sitting here with you. Why should I know whether he's delirious or not? Listen to his nonsense if you want, or send him packing if you want. But believe me, he's right about the Grey ones, Arseny. San, keep that in mind. Children of same-sex parents, hybrids with animals and aliens. Isn't that enough to call an ambulance for a person? Alexander. A few decades ago it was enough. But now, considering what you told me about genetics, I'd listen. Most of what he's talking about is total nonsense, but my gut tells me he's right. Arseny hung up. Arseny. Fernando, tell me, when you were born, there was a great civilization. Here, Fernando, yes. The current one doesn't hold a candle to it. They flew into space, founded cities on Mars and Phaeton. A civilization with complete social justice, uniting all of humanity with strong, unbending morality and ethics in the beginning. Then, as if morality was replaced, it fell apart, down with the framework and all limits. A very high rise of humanity in its crushing fall. Arseny, you are a strange person, as if not of this world. Fernando, and I am not of this world. My name is Philemon. I was baptized into Catholicism under the name of Fernando. I learned that 25,000 years have passed. I was born the second time not in a woman, but in an apparatus, in Samadhi. My body was put into a capsule by the hybrids when I was meditating. Arseny, again he is talking nonsense. Fernando, sir, you listen and remember. It will come in handy soon. First, the Earth no longer legally belongs to Earthlings. We are now like Indians. Second, the gray legal owners of planet Earth. Third, At the end of time in Shambhala, the righteous Atlanteans will wake up to save humanity. That's it. Goodbye. I'll go and move to France before it's too late. Arseny thought about what he heard for a long time and finally decided to call Alexander. Arseny, you're right. The devil knows what's going on here. Some flashes, incomprehensible mystical interlocutors. And what will I bring back from all this that's relevant? I noticed that if you read scientific articles on the topic and correspond with like-minded people on the internet, then a conference will do little to add to the level of scientific development. Most likely the need to go to conferences has remained as some kind of relic of the times when there was no internet. And the only way to exchange experiences was to meet with foreign colleagues face to face. Alexander, you're a fool, Arseny. Stuffed, I told you. You're going in vain. You wasted so much money you could have bought so many books and read about prions all day long. Arseny, San, you're right. I still don't understand why prions aren't being corrected with the help of the new medicine proposed by scientists, which everyone predicted would have a great future. None of the conference participants could explain this either. I read the same thing in books and articles. And what's new and progressive? Communication with the crazy drunk idiot Fernando? Who was talking nonsense? He was rigging everything on the fly to make it fit. He was snatching words from our dialogue and making a mountain out of a molehill. Alexander. And where is this Fernando? Himself, has he already escaped from the train? Arseny? Yes, he did. He once wanted to escape to France. Alexander. You should have escaped with him too. There was some kind of chaos. The connection was broken. The earth shook again with such force that the train barely stayed on the track. Flashes lit up the sky. Tired of the noise and pondering scientific ideas, Arseny climbed onto the top bunk to rest. The next day there was again the hustle and bustle of the journey across the entire city to the airport to finally fly away from this strange island. Arseny was very homesick, and therefore he was very little worried about all these strange things that were happening around him. He also did not notice that Fernando had not left the train. Nervously ran to the schedule and made sure that he would arrive in Dublin on time, despite the fact that he stopped at almost every village. Having remembered the bus number to the airport, Arseny finally went to bed. Arseny's luggage was not very heavy. A laptop, a few wall posters, and magazines. Such insignificant luggage predicted a successful journey home. Modest and quiet, English-mannered fellow travelers quietly continued on their way, making noise only when one of the passengers needed to get off at a station. Even the children did not make noise. Only Fernando created inconvenience. Having spent all his money on whiskey, he ran around the train and offered passengers to tell his nonsense about Atlantis and Shambhala for £1 per listener. He could talk about this topic as endlessly as he could drink alcohol. Meanwhile, the earth was shaking in earnest. Arseny was so tired that neither Fernando's drunken delirium nor the unusual events happening around him prevented him from falling asleep. Arseny was awakened by a very strong jolt of the train, which made him literally tremble. Bright flashes appeared behind the thick night curtain covering the window. But the curtain was so thick that what was happening outside the window almost did not affect the traveler's attention. What was happening had quite reasonable explanations. The shaking of the train was like the coupling of new carriages, and the flashes to an ordinary thunderstorm. However, sleep was already fading, no matter how much he wanted to hold on to it. Arseny lay for a while, remembering where he was and why. He felt a whole block of different papers in his pocket. A passport, a book of visitors to the Belfast Science Museum, a library, a check for a hotel room. In another pocket there was a wallet stuffed with British pounds, Scottish pounds sterling, Northern Irish pounds. Great Britain is an interesting country, in a small territory. Such a currency color, almost every village has its own money, and euros. There was not much paper money, and their denominations were small, but the coins especially prevented him from sleeping, bursting the wallet, and with it the pocket. Money, even small in denomination, had quite a large purchasing value, and the banknotes quickly disintegrated into a pile of coins. Arseny could no longer fall asleep. The thoughts in his head drew the same thing. A trip to the airport, and from there home, where despite the scientific excitement and interest, he wanted to return with all his soul and heart. The clock stubbornly showed 5:34. Time flowed so slowly and painfully, as if the minutes turned into hours. It was interesting that the train, which had been moving like a turtle up until then, began to pick up speed. Arseny opened the window. Truly picturesque scenes were flying past, one after another. A forest, some village, another forest, then a small town. But the train was speeding, and speeding at a constant speed, and very quickly, as if running away from something. Such a high speed promised arrival in Dublin much earlier than at 13:26, as it was indicated in the schedule. How big is this whole island of Ireland that it would take so long to travel across it at such a speed? Arseny worried. It's not Russia, after all, where you can drive and drive from west to east for days on end. It's also strange. There used to be so many towns at whose stations the train stopped, and now the stations fly by one after another, and the train doesn't even slow down. The alarms and unusual behavior of the train forced Arseny to go and look at the schedule again and check if he had mixed anything up. The first thing that surprised the traveler was the absence of fellow travelers. In the neighboring compartment, where Fernando managed to find listeners for his delirium, a hastily opened wallet lay on the table, containing absolutely no money, but with documents and cards left behind. Arseny began to fuss and began to do stupid things. He nervously grabbed the wallet, generously leaving his fingerprints on it, and thoroughly checked its contents. Damn it. Fernando is just a thief and a bandit. He cleaned out the wallet in order to fly to Mexico. Even a fool understands that for £1 from 3 idiots who agree to listen to his demagogy, you can't fly to Mexico, thought Arseny. How good that I drove this dangerous swindler away from me. His entire story is cheap nonsense, capturing the attention of weak-minded onlookers. Probably having made up a lot of tall tales about Atlantis and Shambhala, he put the listeners to sleep and robbed them. A call to the police did not yield any results. It was simply not accepted. Inspecting the compartment, Arseny noticed untouched luggage lying there. It seems that Fernando simply needed money for a ticket, and he took nothing else, the traveler thought. But there were no fellow travelers in the entire carriage. It was unlikely that everyone could have left the train at the previous stations, especially since it was difficult for Arseny to remember when the train made its last stop. Having failed to get through to the police, Arseny decided to talk to Alexander. Arseny? San, it's getting worse. That damn storyteller Fernando blew all his money on whiskey and was begging for a flight on the train. He came to my compartment neighbors and told them his crazy nonsense for £1. I didn't see anything after that and fell asleep. So when I woke up, I saw my neighbor's empty wallet lying on the table in such a state, as if someone had very hastily taken the contents out and carelessly thrown it away. I didn't see its owners. Alexander, Arseny, let's do it this way. Either you believe what I'm going to tell you, or you're just trying to survive forgetting my nonsense. Arseny, okay, but let's not talk about any aliens, Atlantis, or Shambhala. I'm sick of them already. Alexander, I'll leave the last 2 to Fernando, but we can't do without aliens. When the British shot down the alien ship, they turned on some kind of wave emitter. It emits some kind of waves that drive people crazy. They have an uncontrollable desire to run somewhere, run in all directions, grabbing some unpredictable things with them. If there is a sea or river nearby, they drown. If not, they hide in a corner and bang their heads against the wall until they die. Arseny. The ravings of a madman, but very plausible. So for some reason, they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran with it to the Galasveta. Alexander. Arseny. Look around the carriage. Is there any money scattered? Around in disarray? Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money, and here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You just in time fell asleep. If a person manages to fall asleep, then it does not work. Walk around the train, look carefully what else happened there. Just walk quietly, because you can meet from some crazy person with a thirst for suicide to the grayest humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't know, maybe he died, maybe not. I don't advise looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet, banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back, you can't save him, he's already programmed to commit suicide, but he has hypnosis and can pass on this insanity to you when you look into his eyes. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. And is there a method to remove this insanity if a person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't advise it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, then turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back, causing amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug I forgot. If you want, I'll find it, but don't do that. Look at what's around you and save yourself. But there were no fellow travelers in the entire carriage. It was unlikely that everyone could have left the train at the previous stations, especially since it was difficult for Arseny to remember when the train made its last stop. Having failed to get through to the police, Arseny decided to talk to Alexander. Arseny. San? It's getting worse. That damn storyteller Fernando blew all his money on whiskey and was begging for a flight on the train. He came to my compartment neighbors and told them his crazy nonsense for £1. I didn't see anything after that and fell asleep. So when I woke up, I saw my neighbor's empty wallet lying on the table in such a state as if someone had very hastily taken the contents out and carelessly thrown it away. I didn't see its owners. Alexander. Arseny, let's do it this way. Either you believe what I'm going to tell you, or you're just trying to survive, forgetting my nonsense. Arseny. Okay, but let's not talk about any aliens, Atlantis, or Shambhala. I'm sick of them already. Alexander. I'll leave the last two to Fernando, but we can't do without aliens. When the British shot down the alien ship, they turned on some kind of wave emitter. It emits some kind of waves that drive people crazy. They have an uncontrollable desire to run somewhere, run in all directions, grabbing some unpredictable things with them. If there is a sea or river nearby, they drown. If not, they hide in a corner and bang their heads against the wall until they die. Arseny. The ravings of a madman, but very plausible. So for some reason they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran with it to the Galasveta. Alexander. Arseny, look around the carriage. Is there any money scattered? Around in disarray? Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money, and here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You're just in time fell asleep. If a person manages to fall asleep, then it does not work. Walk around the train, look carefully. What else happened there? Just walk quietly. Because you can meet from some crazy person with a thirst for suicide to the grayest humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't know. Maybe he died, maybe not. I don't advise looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet, banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back. You can't save him. He's already programmed to commit suicide. But he has hypnosis, and can pass on this insanity to you when you look into his eyes. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. And is there a method to remove this insanity if a person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't advise it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, then turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back, causing amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug I forgot. If you want, I'll find it. But don't do that. Look at what's around you and save yourself. But there were no fellow travelers in the entire carriage. It was unlikely that everyone could have left the train at the previous stations, especially since it was difficult for Arseny to remember when the train made its last stop. Having failed to get through to the police, Arseny decided to talk to Alexander. Arseny. San, it's getting worse. That damn storyteller Fernando blew all his money on whiskey and was begging for a flight on the train. He came to my compartment neighbors and told them his crazy nonsense for £1. I didn't see anything after that and fell asleep. So when I woke up, I saw my neighbor's empty wallet lying on the table in such a state as if someone had very hastily taken the contents out and carelessly thrown it away. I didn't see its owners. Alexander. Arseny, let's do it this way. Either you believe what I'm going to tell you, or you're just trying to survive, forgetting my nonsense. Arseny. Okay, but let's not talk about any aliens, Atlantis, or Shambhala. I'm sick of them already. Alexander. I'll leave the last two to Fernando, but we can't do without aliens. When the British shot down the alien ship, they turned on some kind of wave emitter. It emits some kind of waves that drive people crazy. They have an uncontrollable desire to run somewhere, run in all directions, grabbing some unpredictable things with them. If there is a sea or river nearby, they drown. If not, they hide in a corner and bang their heads against the wall until they die. Arseny. The ravings of a madman, but very plausible. So for some reason they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran with it to the Galasveta. Alexander. Arseny. Look around the carriage. Is there any money scattered around in disarray? Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money, and here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You're just in time fell asleep. If a person manages to fall asleep, then it does not work. Walk around the train. Look carefully. What else happened there? Just walk quietly, because you can meet from some crazy person with a thirst for suicide to the grayest humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't know, maybe he died, maybe not. I don't advise looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet, banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back, you can't save him, he's already programmed to commit suicide, but he has hypnosis and can pass on this insanity to you when you look into his eyes. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. And is there a method to remove this insanity if a person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't advise it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, then turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back, causing amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug I forgot. If you want, I'll find it, but don't do that. Look at what's around you and save yourself. Moreover, it was difficult for Arseny to remember when the train made its last stop. Having failed to get through to the police, Arseny decided to talk to Alexander. Arseny. San, it's getting worse. That damn storyteller Fernando blew all his money on whiskey and was begging for a flight on the train. He came to my compartment neighbors and told them his crazy nonsense for £1. I didn't see anything after that, and fell asleep. So when I woke up, I saw my neighbor's empty wallet lying on the table in such a state as if someone had very hastily taken the contents out and carelessly thrown it away. I didn't see its owners. Alexander. Arseny, let's do it this way. Either you believe what I'm going to tell you, or you're just trying to survive, forgetting my nonsense. Arseny. Okay, but let's not talk about any aliens, Atlantis, or Shambhala. I'm sick of them already. Alexander. I'll leave the last two to Fernando, but we can't do without aliens. When the British shot down the alien ship, they turned on some kind of wave emitter. It emits some kind of waves that drive people crazy. They have an uncontrollable desire to run somewhere, run in all directions, grabbing some unpredictable things with them. If there's a sea or river nearby, they drown. If not, they hide in a corner and bang their heads against the wall until they die. Arseny. The ravings of a madman, but very plausible. So for some reason, they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran with it to the Galasveta. Alexander. Arseny. Look around the carriage. Is there any money scattered around in disarray? Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money, and here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You're just in time fell asleep. If a person manages to fall asleep, then it does not work. Walk around the train. Look carefully. What else happened there? Just walk quietly, because you can meet from some crazy person with the thirst for suicide to the grayest humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't know. Maybe he died, maybe not. I don't advise looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet, banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back. You can't save him. He's already programmed to commit suicide, but he has hypnosis and can pass on this insanity to you when you look into his eyes. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. And is there a method to remove this insanity if a person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't advise it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, then turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back, causing amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug I forgot. If you want, I'll find it, but don't do that. Look at what's around you and save yourself. Moreover, it was difficult for Arseny to remember when the train made its last stop. Having failed to get through to the police, Arseny decided to talk to Alexander. Arseny. San, it's getting worse. That damn storyteller Fernando blew all his money on whiskey and was begging for a flight on the train. He came to my compartment neighbors and told them his crazy nonsense for £1. I didn't see anything after that and fell asleep. So when I woke up, I saw my neighbor's empty wallet lying on the table in such a state as if someone had very hastily taken the contents out and carelessly thrown it away. I didn't see its owners. Alexander. Arseny, let's do it this way. Either you believe what I'm going to tell you, or you're just trying to survive, forgetting my nonsense. Arseny. Okay, but let's not talk about any aliens, Atlantis, or Shambhala. I'm sick of them already. Alexander. I'll leave the last two to Fernando, but we can't do without aliens. When the British shot down the alien ship, they turned on some kind of wave emitter. It emits some kind of waves that drive people crazy. They have an uncontrollable desire to run somewhere, run in all directions, grabbing some unpredictable things with them. If there is a sea or river nearby, they drown. If not, they hide in a corner and bang their heads against the wall until they die. Arseny. The ravings of a madman, but very plausible. So for some reason, they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran with it to the Galasveta. Alexander. Arseny. Look around the carriage. Is there any money scattered around in disarray? Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money, and here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You're just in time fell asleep. If a person manages to fall asleep, then it does not work. Walk around the train. Look carefully. What else happened there? Just walk quietly, because you can meet from some crazy person with a thirst for suicide to the grayest humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't know. Maybe he died, maybe not. I don't advise looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet, banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back. You can't save him. He's already programmed to commit suicide. But he has hypnosis and can pass on this insanity to you when you look into his eyes. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. And is there a method to remove this insanity if a person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't advise it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, then turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back, causing amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug, and I forgot. If you want, I'll find it. But don't do that. Look at what's around you and save yourself. That damn storyteller Fernando blew all his money on whiskey and was begging for a flight on the train. He came to my compartment neighbors and told them his crazy nonsense for £1. I didn't see anything after that and fell asleep. So when I woke up, I saw my neighbor's empty wallet lying on the table in such a state as if someone had very hastily taken the contents out of it and carelessly thrown it away. I didn't see its owners. Alexander. Arseny, let's do it this way. Either you believe what I'm going to tell you, or you're just trying to survive, forgetting my nonsense. Arseny. Okay, but let's not talk about all these aliens, Atlantis, and Shambhalas. They're already getting on my nerves. Alexander. I'll leave the last two to Fernando, but we can't do without aliens. When the British shot down the alien ship, they turned on a wave emitter. It emits some waves that drive people crazy. They have an uncontrollable desire to run somewhere, run in all directions, grabbing unpredictable things with them. If there is a sea or a river nearby, they drown. If not, they hide in a corner and bang their heads against the wall until they die. Arseny. The ravings of a madman, but very plausible. So for some reason, they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran with it to the sky. Alexander. Arseny. Look around the carriage. Is there any money scattered around? In disarray. Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money, and here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You fell asleep in time. If a person manages to fall asleep, then this does not work. Walk around the train. Look carefully at what else happened there. Just walk quietly, because you can meet anything from a crazy person with a thirst for suicide to the most gray humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't know. Maybe he died, maybe not. I don't recommend looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet, banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back. You can't save him anymore. He's already programmed to commit suicide. But he has hypnosis and can pass on this insanity to you when you look him in the eyes. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. Is there a method to remove this insanity if a person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't recommend it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, they turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back that causes amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug, I forgot. If you want, I'll find it. But don't do that. Look at what's around you and save yourself. That damn storyteller Fernando blew all his money on whiskey and was begging for a flight on the train. He came to my compartment neighbors and told them his crazy nonsense for £1. I didn't see anything after that and fell asleep. So when I woke up, I saw my neighbor's empty wallet lying on the table in such a state as if someone had very hastily taken the contents out of it and carelessly thrown it away. I didn't see its owners. Alexander. Arseny, let's do it this way. Either you believe what I'm going to tell you, or you're just trying to survive, forgetting my nonsense. Arseny. Okay, but let's not talk about all these aliens, Atlantis, and Shambhalas. They're already getting on my nerves. Alexander. I'll leave the last two to Fernando, but we can't do without aliens. When the British shot down the alien ship, they turned on a wave emitter. It emits some waves that drive people crazy. They have an uncontrollable desire to run somewhere, run in all directions, grabbing unpredictable things with them. If there is a sea or a river nearby, they drown. If not, they hide in a corner and bang their heads against the wall until they die. Arseny. The ravings of a madman, but very plausible. So for some reason, they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran with it to the sky. Alexander. Arseny, look around the carriage. Is there any money scattered around? In disarray. Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money, and here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You fell asleep in time. If a person manages to fall asleep, then this does not work. Walk around the train. Look carefully at what else happened there. Just walk quietly because you can meet anything from a crazy person with the thirst for suicide to the most gray humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't know. Maybe he died, maybe not. I don't recommend looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet, banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back. You can't save him anymore. He's already programmed to commit suicide, but he has hypnosis and can pass on this insanity to you when you look him in the eyes. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. Is there a method to remove this insanity if a person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't recommend it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, they turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back that causes amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug I forgot. If you want, I'll find it. But don't do that. Look at what's around you and save yourself. Alexander. Arseny, let's do it this way. Either you believe what I'm going to tell you, or you're just trying to survive, forgetting my nonsense. Arseny. Okay, but let's not talk about aliens, Atlantis, and Shambhala. I'm sick of them. Alexander. I'll leave the last two to Fernando, but we can't do without aliens. When the British shot down the alien ship, they turned on some kind of wave emitter. It emits some kind of waves that drive people crazy. They have an uncontrollable desire to run somewhere, run in all directions, grabbing some unpredictable things with them. And if there's a sea or a river nearby, they drown. If not, they hide in a corner and bang their heads against the wall until they die. Arseny. The ravings of a madman, but very plausible. So for some reason, they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran off with it to the Galasveta. Alexander. Arseny, look around the carriage. See if there's any money scattered around. Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money, and here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You fell asleep in time. If a person manages to fall asleep, then it doesn't work. Walk around the train. Look carefully at what else happened there. Just walk quietly because you can meet anyone from a crazy person with the thirst for suicide to the most gray humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't know. Maybe he died, maybe not. I don't advise looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back. You can't save him. He's already programmed to commit suicide. But he has hypnosis and can transfer this insanity to you when you look him in the eye. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. And is there a method to remove this insanity if the person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't recommend it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, they turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back that causes amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug I forgot. If you want, I'll find it, but don't do that. Look around you and save yourself. Alexander. Arseny, let's do it this way. Either you believe what I'm going to tell you, or you're just trying to survive, forgetting my nonsense. Arseny. Okay, but let's not talk about aliens, Atlantis, and Shambhala. I'm sick of them. Alexander. I'll leave the last two to Fernando, but we can't do without aliens. When the British shot down the alien ship, they turned on some kind of wave emitter. It emits some kind of waves that drive people crazy. They have an uncontrollable desire to run somewhere, run in all directions, grabbing some unpredictable things with them, and if there's a sea or a river nearby, they drown. If not, they hide in a corner and bang their heads against the wall until they die. Arseny. The ravings of a madman, but very plausible. So for some reason, they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran off with it to the Galasveta. Alexander. Arseny. Look around the carriage. See if there's any money scattered around. Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money, and here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You fell asleep in time. If a person manages to fall asleep, then it doesn't work. Walk around the train, look carefully at what else happened there. Just walk quietly, because you can meet anyone from a crazy person with a thirst for suicide to the most gray humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't. No, maybe he died, maybe not. I don't advise looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back. You can't save him. He's already programmed to commit suicide. But he has hypnosis and can transfer this insanity to you when you look him in the eye. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. And is there a method to remove this insanity if the person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't recommend it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, they turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back that causes amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug I forgot. If you want, I'll find it. But don't do that. Look around you and save yourself. So for some reason, they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran off with it to the Galasveta. Alexander. Arseny. Look around the carriage, see if there's any money scattered around. Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money. And here are the documents. Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You fell asleep in time. If a person manages to fall asleep, then it doesn't work. Walk around the train, look carefully at what else happened there. Just walk quietly, because you can meet anyone from a crazy person with a thirst for suicide to the most gray humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't know. Maybe he died, maybe not. I don't advise looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back. You can't save him. He's already programmed to commit suicide. But he has hypnosis and can transfer this insanity to you when you look him in the eye. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. And is there a method to remove this insanity if the person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't recommend it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, they turn around and hypnotize. And the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back that causes amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug I forgot. If you want, I'll find it. But don't do that. Look around you and save yourself. So for some reason, they themselves took the money out of the wallet and ran off with it to the Galasveta. Alexander. Arseny. Look around the carriage. See if there's any money scattered around. Arseny finds a pile of pound notes carelessly lying at the exit of the carriage. Arseny. Yes, I found it. Money. And here are the documents? Then why didn't I go crazy from this radiation? Alexander. You fell asleep in time. If a person manages to fall asleep, then it doesn't work. Walk around the train, look carefully at what else happened there. Just walk quietly, because you can meet anyone from a crazy person with a thirst for suicide to the most gray humanoid. Arseny. I wonder if Fernando died too. Alexander. I don't. No, maybe he died, maybe not. I don't advise looking. Don't be surprised if you find him in the toilet, banging his head against the wall or the pipe. Look, don't pull him back. You can't save him. He's already programmed to commit suicide. But he has hypnosis and can transfer this insanity to you when you look him in the eye. But I don't think so. Most likely Fernando actually knows too much. A lot. Arseny. And is there a method to remove this insanity if the person has already suffered? Alexander. I don't recommend it because it's very risky. If they hear someone approaching them, they turn around and hypnotize, and the method is to sneak up quietly and inject a strong sleeping pill into the back that causes amnesia. The doctors on TV said what drug? I forgot. If you want, I'll find it. But don't do that. Look around you and save yourself. Getting to know. Majesh Arseny passed carriage after carriage and did not meet anyone anywhere, in any condition, neither healthy nor crazy. Fernando was also nowhere to be found. There was no conductor, from carriage to carriage, and not a single person. According to the schedule, the train was supposed to arrive in a fairly large Irish city of Dundalk, located on the border with Northern Ireland. Its signs are visible through the window, multi-story buildings, buses and trams flashing by. But the train stubbornly does not slow down. The train did not stop at the station but flew past even faster. At the station, where it is usually noisy and crowded, there's also no one, and it is very quiet. Knowing his inattention, Arseny decided that he simply did not have time to notice the people. Meanwhile, the window showed a picture typical for a train journey. A change in urban attributes of tall buildings, roads, and transport to rural views close to nature, then to the forest. Seemingly endless rows of trees flew before Arseny's eyes. They were replaced again by rural landscapes, again a train station, and again without people. An absolutely uninhabited country, abandoned transport, though not as abundant as in Dundalka. The horror of loneliness in a strange city in a strange, madly flying train, fueled by the contemplation of completely deserted cities and villages, finally drove away any remnants of sleep. Realizing that the situation was absolutely terrible, Arseny was seriously scared and ran very quickly through the cars, no longer thinking at all about observing any caution, rushing noisily through the entire train. There were no conductors. He did not find a passage to the driver. The frightened traveler sat down in some compartment and then remembered that in one of the cars he had seen some silhouette. It seemed like someone was sitting by the window, probably a child. Further actions depended on the analysis of all the latest information, and therefore the Prion researcher plunged into thought. If there is someone sitting by the window, then it must be a victim of radiation. I don't have a sleeping pill or a syringe, Arseny decided. But I need to go up and take a look, just in case. If he's hitting his head, then I should leave. But what if he's healthy? But on the other hand, what's the use of a child? Arseny started walking back, slowly and quietly looking around. And lo and behold, there's no one. Where had he seen that shadow? He walked through the last 4 carriages even more slowly, looking more closely at the passenger seats. In one of the compartments at a table sat a little man with a disproportionately large head, on which he wore a peculiar headdress reminiscent of a military man. The creature's uniform made it clear that he was a military man, and most likely a participant in the events taking place. On the table in front of the humanoid lay some kind of plastic thing, very similar to a banknote. He crumpled it with his hand and threw it on the table, where it straightened itself, which certainly amused him. The face and hands were gray, quite unpleasant to the earthly eye. The uniform clearly had some kind of letter and number-like markings, medals and other signs. Arseny could not relate the letters on the shoulder straps to any alphabet known to him. In Great Britain and Ireland, boys, filled with patriotic feelings, They buy toy uniforms, but there was clearly nothing English or Irish about this. Noticing that there was someone else in the carriage, the humanoid put the 50-ruble note in his pocket and hid behind the curtain. Arseny came closer. The curtain described the outlines of a large head. Then the terrible memories of Fernando's delirium and Alexander's last conversation surfaced. A living humanoid, an alien, is riding in the carriage. Arseny wants to assume that this creature is a hallucination, a figment of a frightened imagination. But he has to believe his eyes and the situation requires an adequate response. The humanoid realized that his attempts to hide were not serious, crawled out from under the curtain and said, "Selamat pagin. Saya prajur Magesh, negara Shastu, bahasa Ishmal." Arseny did not understand anything of what the creature said, and decided that there was no need to understand. Not feeling any particular nostalgia for Great Britain, he still wanted to clearly explain to the alien where his homeland was. His presence in the carriage and the absence of Earthlings did not mean any other interpretation than the occupation of the planet and the extermination of Earthlings. The humanoid quickly took out a translation device, typed in the Russian translation and spoke again. An electronic translation came from the device. "Good morning. I am soldier Majesh from the Shastrian Republic, Ishmael nationality, and the creature gave me a microphone to speak into." Arseny: "Good morning. How did you get here?" Majesh: "We flew in to check the area between the islands in the Atlantic Ocean, approached the planet from the North Pole, but the ship was shot down by the British. The crew died. The ship accepted the battle with Great Britain for defeat. I was thrown onto this train and climbed out the window." Arseny: "So your ship was destroyed?" Majesh: "Yes." Arseny: "Why did you come to Earth?" Majesh took out a map and showed Arseny the area between Cuba, Florida, and the Bahamas. Majesh: "There is an ancient city under a dome on the ocean floor. Tell me, which state now owns this territory?" Arseny: "According to our information, there is no inhabited city under a dome there. Among amateurs' paranormal phenomena, there is an opinion that the Bermuda Triangle is located there, where earthly ships and planes disappear." Majesh: "That's right. Earthly ships and planes disappear. Have you ever wondered where they go?" Arseny: "I'm a biologist. I'm not aware of all this stuff." Majesh: "I'm an electrician by profession. I was on Earth for the first time in Soviet times, in a secret laboratory. I learned to fly earthly planes." Arseny: "So what do you want from the Bermuda Triangle?" Majesh: "I'm now cut off from my planet. I can't cope with this triangle myself. In general, listen carefully, although I'm no historian. You had one country here a long time ago, Atlantis, which united all of humanity. The rulers were very strange in every sense of these words. Right at the first contact, they signed their country over to us as a crown possession. We have been fighting with the neighbors of our planet all our lives throughout history. Our enemies found our settlement in the capital of Atlantis, Thebes, and here was war, which completely swept away all the benefits of civilization, and Earthlings returned to the Stone Age. When Atlantis was sunk during the battles, the Spyran landing force descended here, which created a dome over the city. There, under the dome, all the conditions for the habitation of Earthlings, the Spironians, and us were created. And therefore, if you have not populated the city, it means that the Spironians live there." Arseny: "The Spironians are your eternal enemies." Majesh: "Negara Shastu on our planet occupies 1/7 of all land, the planet of the star in the constellation Zeta Reticuli. The climate on the planet is very hot with rich vegetation and fauna, before the nuclear war, of course. And most importantly, we have a lot of gold and silver. We use these metals in instrument making, and as a microelement in nutrition. We are very unlucky with the neighboring planet. This planet revolves around our common star in an orbit located further from the orbit of our planet. They have frosts, nothing grows. They fight for every little thing. With the growth of technology, they began to fly to us with the aim of robbery and conquest. On this planet, there is one state of green reptilians, Dud Sebron, an absolute theocratic monarchy, very aggressive and cruel. The emperors want to plunder our country, make slaves and cattle out of us for transplantation. That's why we fight. The worst thing is that we cannot blow up their damn planet. If we do, our planetary system will disperse and we will burn up, falling onto a star. Otherwise, we would have gladly gotten rid of these neighbors long ago. The Speronians cannot destroy our planet either, for the same reason. Arseny. So the city under the dome was populated by the Speronians, and they are the ones who engage in piracy. Majesh. The data is very doubtful whether anyone lives in the city under the dome or not. It does not really shine on the political map of the universe, but sometimes there is fragmentary data that ships leave Thebes. Arseny. So you will leave? When you make sure that there are no Speronians under that dome on Earth? Majesh. Yes, we will. Leave. The Earth is very poor. We cannot live on it except for the humid tropics. It is unlikely that it can be of interest to our president. The only thing is that it legally belongs to us, and secondly, be much more afraid of the Speronians. The climate will suit them very well, and on the entire planet. Arseny, have you found bases of your enemies on our planet yet? Majesh, we haven't found them yet, but as I said, this triangle of yours raises great doubts. We had a great interest in Mars and the Moon, because we often noticed our enemy's fleet flying around Mars. They usually set up automatic cannons in hidden places to shoot at our merchant, passenger, and military ships that sometimes fly past on their way to their targets. After they circled the planet, something appeared there that shoots down everything that approaches it, even small meteorites. We made hard turns, trying to figure out whether they or someone else had set up the cannon on Mars, how powerful it was, and whether it could be disabled. Several shells sent from it we shot down, but could not establish its coordinates. Decided to take a break and return to Mars. But on the Moon, on the side opposite to you, we also noticed anomalies created by someone's militaristic interests. On Earth, however, there are not even hints yet. By the way, you Earthlings, once upon a time, a long time ago, placed similar guns on Mars, on the Moon, and on the Earth. They crawled here and there. They protected the planet from meteorites and uninvited guests. The Speronians then destroyed the Martian defense created by your hands, and now apparently they have placed their military equipment. Arseny. And then what happened when you snuck into the train? Majesh. I hid by the window, afraid of people. Despite all the achievements of our scientists, I'm now absolutely defenseless against you. I don't have any weapons now, not even the most basic ones. Arseny. What are we going to do now? Majesh. I don't know. We'll get to Dublin and then we'll see. There's no reason for me to be alone in the triangle, that's for sure. And where are you from? Arseny. I'm from Tallinn, Estonia, a former republic of the USSR. Majesh. Ah, the USSR. Yes, I know. I flew over the largest republic of the USSR. Over Russia. On your earthly planes. I learned to fly earthly planes first in Shastra, then continued in the top-secret programs of the USSR. The government of the USSR had contact with our civilization. That's why Soviet scientists had such success compared to their opponents in the West. In exchange for some achievements in information technology unknown to me, you sold us several planes which our ships delivered to Shastra. It's just that the government didn't tell you, ordinary people, about its interplanetary deals and contacts. My first flight to Earth was in the 70s, when I was just drafted into the army. Arseny. So you know how to fly planes? Majesh. Yes, of course I can. Arseny. Aren't you going to take me to Tallinn? At least Tallinn wasn't destroyed by that weapon of yours? Majesh. No, the emitter doesn't work that far. And here, people will soon recover from this nonsense on their own. Those who don't kill themselves during that time will live. But people won't sober up anytime soon. I'm sure the same thing will happen in Dublin as happened here on the train. People were broken here, in Ireland and Scotland, but nothing happened in the south of England, and I can't go there. The British will take me prisoner if I don't hide somewhere, and they'll cut me into pieces in their labs. Let's fly to Tallinn then. You'll return to your beloved city and live happily ever after. I will wait for reinforcements from Nagara Shastu, and then we will go look for Thebes. Arseny. And then what happened when you snuck onto the train? Majesh. I hid by the window afraid of people. Despite all the achievements of our scientists, I am now absolutely defenseless against you. I don't have any weapons now, not even the most basic ones. Arseny. What are we going to do now? Majesh. I don't know. We'll get to Dublin, and then we'll see. There's no point in me being alone in the triangle, that's for sure. And where are you from? Arseny. I'm from Tallinn, Estonia, a former republic of the USSR. Majesh. Ah, the USSR. Yes, I know, I flew over the largest republic of the USSR. Over Russia, on your earthly planes. I learned to fly earthly planes first in Shastra, then continued in the top-secret programs of the USSR. The government of the USSR had contact with our civilization. That's why Soviet scientists had such success compared to their opponents in the West. In exchange for some unknown-to-me achievements in information technology, you sold us several planes, which our ships delivered to Shastra. It's just that the government didn't tell you, ordinary people, about its interplanetary deals and contacts. My first flight to Earth was in the 70s when I was just drafted into the army. Arseny. So you know how to fly planes? Majesh. Yes, of course I can. Arseny. Won't you take me to Tallinn? At least Tallinn didn't perish from this weapon of yours. Majesh. No, the emitter doesn't work that far, and here people will soon recover from this nonsense on their own. Anyone who doesn't kill themselves during this time will live, but people will not sober up soon. I'm sure that the same thing will happen in Dublin that happened here on the train. People were broken here, in Ireland and Scotland, but nothing happened in the south of England, and I can't show up there. The British will take me prisoner if I don't hide somewhere, and they will cut me into pieces in their laboratories. Then let's fly to Tallinn. You will return to your beloved city, and you will live happily in it. I will wait for reinforcements from Nagara Shastu, and then we will go look for Thebes. Arseny. And then what happened when you snuck onto the train? Majesh. I hid by the window, afraid of people. Despite all the achievements of our scientists, I am now absolutely defenseless against you. I don't have any weapons now, not even the most basic ones. Arseny. What are we going to do now? Majesh. I don't know. We'll get to Dublin, and then we'll see. There's no point in me being alone in the triangle, that's for sure. And where are you from? Arseny. I'm from Tallinn, Estonia, a former republic of the USSR. Majesh. Ah, the USSR. Yes, I know. I flew over the largest republic of the USSR. Over Russia, on your earthly planes. I learned to fly earthly planes first in Shastra, then continued in the top-secret programs of the USSR. The government of the USSR had contact with our civilization. That's why Soviet scientists had such success compared to their opponents in the West. In exchange for some unknown-to-me achievements in information technology, you sold us several planes, which our ships delivered to Shastra. It's just that the government didn't tell you, ordinary people, about its interplanetary deals and contacts. My first flight to Earth was in the 70s when I was just drafted into the army. Arseny. So you know how to fly planes? Majesh. Yes, of course I can. Arseny. Won't you take me to Tallinn? At least Tallinn didn't perish from this weapon of yours? Majesh. No, the emitter doesn't work that far. And here, people will soon recover from this nonsense on their own. Anyone who doesn't kill themselves during this time will live. But people will not sober up soon. I'm sure that the same thing will happen in Dublin that happened here on the train. People were broken here, in Ireland and Scotland, But nothing happened in the south of England, and I can't show up there. The British will take me prisoner if I don't hide somewhere, and they will cut me into pieces in their laboratories. Then let's fly to Tallinn. You will return to your beloved city, and you will live happily in it. I will wait for reinforcements from Nagara Shastu, and then we will go look for Thebes. The government did not talk about its interplanetary deals and contacts. My first flight to Earth was in the 70s, when I was just drafted into the army. Arseny. So, you know how to fly planes? Majesh. Yes, of course I can. Arseny. Aren't you going to take me to Tallinn? At least Tallinn wasn't destroyed by that weapon of yours. Majesh. No, the emitter doesn't work that far. And here, people will soon recover from this nonsense on their own. Those who don't kill themselves during this time will live, but people will not sober up anytime soon. I'm sure the same thing will happen in Dublin as here on the train. People were broken here, in Ireland and Scotland. But nothing happened in the south of England, and I can't show up there. The British will take me prisoner if I don't hide somewhere, and they will cut me into pieces in their laboratories. Let's fly to Tallinn then. You will return to your beloved city and live happily there. I will wait for reinforcements from Nagara Shastu, and then we will go look for Thebes. The government did not talk about its interplanetary deals and contacts. My first flight to Earth was in the 70s when I was just drafted into the army. Arseny. So? You know how to fly planes? Majesh? Yes, of course I can. Arseny. Aren't you going to take me to Tallinn? At least Tallinn wasn't destroyed by that weapon of yours. Majesh. No. The emitter doesn't work that far. And here, people will soon recover from this nonsense on their own. Those who don't kill themselves during this time will live, but people will not sober up anytime soon. I'm sure the same thing will happen in Dublin as here on the train. People were broken here, in Ireland and Scotland, but nothing happened in the south of England and I can't show up there. The British will take me prisoner if I don't hide somewhere, and they will cut me into pieces in their laboratories. Let's fly to Tallinn then. You will return to your beloved city and live happily there. I will wait for reinforcements from Nagara Shastu and then we will go look for Thebes. Arseny. So you are constantly fighting there? Majesh. Yes, we are. And we fly to fight. We didn't build a space fleet to save Earth cats and talk to birds. You know, if you had neighbors in the planetary system like ours, you would understand us right away. I have crystals with records from history, the latest news, but I can't read it without a computer. Arseny. Majesh. Wait. A friend is calling. Alexander. Arseny. Have you seen the Greys there yet? They are armed and will begin to conquer the planet. Arseny. There is no one here, no one at all. Alexander. There's no time for demagogy. Earthlings received a message from the Shastrian Federation, Nagara Shastu Bersekutuan, as they call themselves. They gave a very logical key to deciphering. The general meaning is, the Earth does not belong to us, it belongs to them. There may be troops of their enemies, therefore they will organize their search and destruction. They will occupy territories only in the tropics, since the climate of other zones is fatal to them. Great Britain will be burned with a laser since their warship was shot down there. Arseny. Now they will also begin to occupy lands. Alexander. We will have to give it up, otherwise they will burn all Earthlings in the war. They said that for one killed Grey, they will destroy a city. Arseny. I see. I never thought that I would return to a country occupied by aliens. Alexander. The Greys are the only race in the universe capable of wise governance and creation. Only the Greys can establish the only correct Shastri constitution in the universe and introduce into circulation the only stable currency, the Shastri ruby. Only the language of the Greys has the right to sound since it is the most beautiful and logical. Arseny. Who would have doubted? Now we are the Shastri Commonwealth, Shastrian Commonwealth. Alexander. Well, yes, Now we are Australia of alien Britain. Arseny. Dublin soon. Majesh started saying something in Shastrian from which I only understood the mention of the city of Dublin. Alexander. Who was it next to you that said Dublin Nagar if you said that you are traveling alone? Arseny. I didn't hear. Alexander. Dublin Nagara Dataran. That is the area of the city of Dublin in the language of the Greys. They said it on TV when they translated the message. So they are nearby. Be careful. Don't talk too much about the Earth not being theirs, that they are occupiers and something like that. In the message, they clearly said that the Earth is their planet and those who prevent them from placing their military and research bases here will be ground to dust. Arseny. I realize that they did not come here to save cats. I just don't understand why they are so sure that the planet belongs to them. Alexander. They say that we, Earthlings, gave it to them 25,000 years ago. Then the Speronians drove them out of it, having defeated them in a war for possession. Then they left the planet, but not forever as it turned out. They returned, apparently either completely defeated the Speronians or drove them to the brink. Arseny. What a long historical memory. We can hardly remember 500 years. Ego. Alexander. They had a socialist revolution 25,000 years ago. They overthrew the Tsar and their system hasn't changed since then. They are busy with a war with a neighboring planet and the environment is poisoned by radiation. That's why they are remembering where to settle. And they are also very patriotic and love their customs and traditions. That's why all the religious buildings of the Aborigines are immediately torn down. They demand that cities be rebuilt according to their styles and fashions. That's not all. They demand that we dress according to their traditions and fashions. And their fashion is all about militarism. Arseny. Of course, in the distant constellation of Tau Ceti, there is a huge North Korea. Alexander. Exactly. Arseny. I don't understand where the Spironians went from the planet, if they drove them out of here in ancient times. Alexander. I don't know about that, but we'll probably find out very soon. I'll say one thing. They kill only because they are green. Moreover, the execution protocol is like that of the Saudis. For them, publicly cutting off a head in the square is the norm. Arseny. When will their troops arrive? Alexander. Nikon officially declared that the planet should enthusiastically await the arrival of the owners in 15 years. He sent drawings of how we should rebuild our cities and our way of life to please them. Arseny. Okay, we need to get off the train. End of communication. Majesh increasingly made it clear that they needed to get off the train now, in the suburbs of Dublin. He wanted to kill several earthly animals for food, saying that his body was adapted to earthly meat since he had been on Earth for a long time before. After the meal, he planned to continue on to the Dublin airfield and take Arseny home. Alexander hung up and called his friend Sergei. Alexander. Sergei. Our Arseny was caught in this damn Britain. He was captured by the Gumiks. I heard a voice speaking Shastri when I was talking to him on the phone and quite close to Arseny. So there was a Gumi sitting next to him? Sergei. If he was captured, they would hardly have allowed him to talk on the phone. Looks like some grey bastard just joined Arseny. Alexander. Our Arseny is an idiot. Gumi needs to be brought here. Legally, he is nobody here. So we need to lock him up somewhere in a garage, chain him up so he doesn't escape, and assign him something to do so he works for us for free, and feed him the bare minimum so he doesn't die. Sergei. If his relatives arrive, we'll be in trouble. What we kept him as a slave. Alexander. They will never find him, and they will come back in 15 years. During that time, we will get fabulously rich on this freak, and we will kill the Grey One himself. This grey cattle is probably better at computers than we are. So let him churn out computers for us. We will open a computer repair shop. This creature will be a master, and we will live on the income. Sergei. I think he uses the Gumika himself for this purpose. If this cattle can travel so briskly around the universe, then he has more scientific potential than is needed for Arseny to write a doctorate. All our friends already know that Arseny was brutally imprisoned with this topic. He liked prions, but believe me, hard work and love for work are not enough to defend a doctorate. To do this, you need to catch at least some truth by the tail and prove it. Arseny is an ideal student. He grasps the discoveries of others about prions on the fly, but alas, he himself has no time to discover anything. In my opinion, he is now stupidly ruining and wasting his life on this topic. He should leave it and get a normal job. As you know, they hardly pay for work on a doctorate, and the years do not count towards retirement. The fact that he found humic is cool. It is ahead of our science by thousands of years. A knife to the throat of the Grey Devil and let him tell us how these damn prions originated, work, and how to treat them. Alexander, I hate these grey goats. One thing I don't understand is how our planet ended up as a gift to them. I will gladly cut off the head of this premature baby as we squeeze out of him everything we need for doctorates and a rich life. Sergei, there is nothing to guess about. People can't live well, then their brains go completely crazy. Don't you remember how not long ago a rich, happy country that had solved most of the world's problems simply stupidly went from hand to hand with foreign masters? It was probably the same in Atlantis. The Greys probably found some fools and sold them this stupid socialism, knowing full well that the stupid earthly head wouldn't have enough brains to implement its bright ideas, but it could provoke dirt and filth for a complete decline. They waited until they disarmed, got bogged down in sexual perversions and started saving birds, and forced simpletons who had gone mad from constant welfare to sign over the planet to them. Capitalism suits earthlings better. It quickly puts the mind in order. If you start fooling around, in a week, you'll be among the homeless. Under this system, people grow up very quickly and their reasoning is economic and well calculated. For a society where man is a wolf to man, strong, healthy, and powerful people are needed to survive. They need strong and powerful children. That is why all this alcoholism and cloning become the lot of future homeless people and clients of mental hospitals. The Greys, as can be seen from their messages, are far from stupid, very cruel, purposeful, and always remember what they want. Alexander, they have a good sense of smell. Apparently their physiology is different, so a good, kind life does not lead their minds to insanity. Sergei, they have never had a good, kind life. But of course there are no physiological differences. Keep in mind that they have been cruelly fighting with their neighbors for 25,000 years. That is why they have no time to dream about gray-brown raspberry children before you can open your mouth. The Greens will burn you with a nuclear weapon. Only Spartans survive in such a life. The disabled and fools have nothing to do. That's why they have such a memory and they are not prone to various insanities. Alexander, in life, everything is the opposite. Not as we were taught and imagined. The nature of the Greys is very cruel. There are no affectionate cats there. And every creature is either very poisonous, or a parasite, or a predator. Their reservoirs are teeming with worms that will eat you alive in 10 minutes. There are many animals and they are all very aggressive and predatory. Viruses tear the genome to pieces. Bacteria and worms are such that if you live incorrectly, in a month, you will turn into a dead sack stuffed with evil creatures, which will burst, and all this evil will infect your comrades with their spores. Even their plants are predatory and parasitic. This hellish cauldron provoked the development of sciences, strictness, intelligence, and prudence in everything. They subjugated their terrible nature with an iron fist and a sober, calculating mind, which is how they now subjugate all the planets. Their philosophy is very pessimistic, but at the same time very clear, precise, and without excesses. The Constitution is like the earthly Sharia, only based on atheism. It is also very strict and very cruel. For drugs, homosexuality, distribution of erotica, incest, murder, and treason, they publicly chop off heads. Moreover, even children born from incest are subject to execution. The latter, therefore, is for the preservation of healthy genetics. Sergey, it is interesting. They have the death penalty for scientific experiments on intelligent beings and organ transplants. The latter suggests that at some point in history they were seriously frightened by a catastrophe, either in themselves or in someone else. Their names are completely identical to the Indian names on Earth. Indians do not eat beef. Prions can be in beef, or transmitted through organ transplants. Therefore, they were seriously frightened by prions at some point, either in themselves or when their colonial troops were stationed in India, where they witnessed horrors. Alexander, the worst thing is that in 15 years there will be nothing earthly left here, neither in legislation, nor in culture, nor in the economy. Signals were sent. The only people who are interested in our messages are the invaders. We are complete idiots. A naked man and woman in the address where we live. They have the answer of the throne of their High Excellency Nihon with him in a strict military uniform and a crown on his head, a flag, a coat of arms, and an anthem. Another image of marching soldiers. A tough, very militaristic country. By the way, where they live, they do not write their space address in their messages. A completely different approach to life. Prions can be in beef, or transmitted by organ transplantation. So they were seriously scared of prions at one time, either themselves or when their colonial troops were stationed in India, where they saw horrors. Alexander, the worst thing is that in 15 years there will be nothing earthly left here, neither in the legislation, nor in the culture, nor in the economy. Signals were sent. The only people who are interested in our messages are the invaders. We are complete idiots. A naked man and woman in the address where we live. Their answer is the throne of their Excellency Nihon with him in a strict military uniform and a crown on his head. A flag, coat of arms, and anthem. Another image is of marching soldiers. A very tough militaristic country. By the way, they don't write their space address in their messages where they live. A completely different approach to life. Prions can be in beef or transmitted by organ transplantation. So they were seriously scared of prions at one time, either themselves or when their colonial troops were stationed in India, where they saw horrors. Alexander, the worst thing is that in 15 years there'll be nothing earthly left here, neither in the legislation, nor in the culture, nor in the economy. Signals were sent. The only people who are interested in our messages are the invaders. We are complete idiots. A naked man and woman in the address where we live. Their answer is the throne of their Excellency Nihon with him in a strict military uniform and a crown on his head, a flag, coat of arms, and anthem. Another image is of marching soldiers. A very tough militaristic country. By the way, they don't write their space address in their messages where they live. A completely different approach to life. Majesh. Arseny. We need to plan a flight to Tallinn. I can pilot the plane and we'll find it in Dublin. But there's a problem. When we land, I'll need to somehow get past the official services, which is hard to do at a normal airport. I don't want to end up in your labs where they'll experiment on me and take me apart for organs. Arseny. There are two ways. Either let the plane fall and we'll jump with a parachute, or find an Earth pilot, put him to sleep so that the madness from your emitter will wear off and put him at the controls. Majesh. There is another way. We need to find a small ship on board our Vimana, they were. But that means going back. Arseny. There are plenty of military personnel and investigators there now. Where your saucer fell, you definitely can't go back there. Especially you. Magesh. Then let's go to the hospital for Midazolam and to the airport to look for an Earth pilot. Well, you have an idea of what state he'll be in. Arseny. We'll still find him alive. We might not find him in that time. And when will this madhouse go away on its own? Majesh. 3 days, no more. That's on average. It also depends on your health. I'm lucky that there aren't any sober people here yet. Otherwise they would have grabbed me already. Although we need to leave here, because healthy Earthlings will soon arrive. Here. Arseny. So, we'll find a pilot in a zombified state. Put him to sleep. Wait until he wakes up and we'll need to somehow persuade him to fly the plane to Tallinn. I doubt he'll agree. He'll be scared to death. Then hijack the plane. He'll have nothing to lose. He won't fly. Magesh, we can tell him that we'll cure his fellow tribesmen, or that it's dangerous for him to be here. Although it looks childish, he won't agree. Then I'll fly the plane. We need to choose a smaller one. We're jumping with a parachute. We'll let the plane fall. I'll try to calculate so that it doesn't fall in a populated area. Then I'll run into the forest, where I'll hunt rats and pigeons. I don't have a weapon to hunt even a wild boar. If I suddenly bite a lost domestic rabbit, your people will call me a chupacabra, catch me, and they will kill you. Arseny, I have other plans for you. I will hide you at the dacha. You will not be seen there. Do you understand Earth computers? You don't, you will study. Magesh, I don't understand, but I will figure it out. Everything is logical there. Our technology is different, but I will understand Earth once. Arseny, here, this is the idea. I will bring broken computers from clients, you will fix them. 30 euros a month, I will give it in the form of food. Magesh, and how much is that in Shastrian rubles? Arseny, Rubia is not used here, and the question is stupid. Who will give you more? Magesh, in Imushnagar, 500 rubles is the minimum wage. Arseny, forget this Imushnagar of yours. Here, on Earth, no one will give you 500 rubles now. Even for 50 bays, you will hardly find a place. And if the authorities catch you, your organs will be scattered all over museums and laboratories. Magesh, in addition to everything else, I will also need copper chloride, or sulfate, as well as solganol or gold chloride. There is a lot of copper and gold in food products on our planet. We need copper for hematopoiesis. You have hemoglobin, an oxygen transporter, which uses iron. And we have our protein copper. Gold is needed as a microelement. Arseny, then I'll have to spend gold on you. It's a bit expensive. Magesh, you don't need much gold. 1 ring dissolved in aqua regia is enough to make me solganol for a year. Arseny, that's easier. Tell me the story of your relationship with the Earth instead. Magesh, I'm an electrician by trade, and am far from the intricacies of historical science, so I'll only tell you what I know. We received a message from the Atlantean civilization on Earth about 25,000 years ago of rather infantile content. Even more honestly, of rather obscene and very provocative content. When we descended, we saw a completely morally decomposed society, which was not difficult to take. Their leader gave us a planet. Then there was a war with the Spironians for the Earth, and we lost. In theory, the planet's population should be green, but I have gaps in my history here. The complete separation from the Spiran Empire was broken by small ships from time to time leaving for Dudsibron with Earth. Now Nihon is more or less winning, and he decided to visit the planet that he once lost. Nihon is a great strategist and warrior. He is more than sure that he will eradicate the Spiran Empire from the world, thereby putting an end to the war that has already dragged on for tens of thousands of years. Arseny, wow, tens of thousands of years of continuous war. Magesh, our life, like yours, is very hard and cruel. In vain do your science fiction writers looking up at the sky dream that there, in the sky, everything is different from yours. That we, certainly all vegetarians and pacifists, live almost in paradise. And most importantly, we are eager to fly to you and fix everything for you. The entire universe is arranged according to one principle. You, with your level of technology, need to pray to God, in whom we do not believe, so that few people in space know about your planet. And if they do find out, they will not find anything useful for themselves there. Stay away from the other planets, and I tell you convincingly, once your Earth asks for huge troubles. We fought with the Spironians here on Earth, using nuclear weapons. However, after taking the Earth, the Spironians very quickly became disillusioned with your planet. Not finding either gold or helium-3, they themselves very quickly left the Earth, leaving behind a nuclear apocalypse and ruins here. They sank Atlantis, a once huge island on which the superpower of Earthlings was located. The entire universe is almost divided according to someone's interests based on the principle of strength. The most terrible and cruel wars often break out in it. Entire planets are perishing. The struggle to fulfill their interests does not stop their owners at absolutely nothing. Arseny. In a more recent time, when was the last time you visited Earth? Majesh. We visited Earth in the Middle Ages, as you called them. We sometimes flew in and used your cattle for food. Earthlings called us chupacabras, vampires, invented hundreds of fairy tales and killed us as evil spirits. We offered technologies to your ancestors. People, as a rule, used everything we had and burned us at the stake, like demons. Having understood the attitude of Earthlings towards us and the lack of minerals useful for us on your planet, we decided not to visit your planet anymore. Only in Soviet times we were treated humanely and accepted into a secret laboratory. Arseny. What research did you conduct in that secret laboratory? Majesh. Personally, I was involved in technology, as I already said. Learned to fly airplanes. Showed Earthlings the principle of Immerse. They also created a translator device there, with the help of which we speak now. Exobiologists were interested in cows. Why, I still do not understand. Our biologists mistook these animals for wild fauna. They were grazing in a meadow in a herd, and we used several methods to immobilize them, developed by our scientists for these purposes. The animal made a noise which brought the shepherds running. They were very scared of us and called for reinforcements. Your military arrived and took us to a closed laboratory. They were given a cow in exchange for I don't remember what. I will say one thing. For some reason they needed brains and eyes. I continued to learn to fly an airplane. I flew, carried out scientific and military missions. We contacted our government, joint secret projects were opened, then we flew home. The need for nervous tissue did not surprise Arseny, although in vain. It is worth noting, however, that Majesh would not have helped him figure out prions due to his distance from biological science. He was more interested in what Majesh could tell about the USSR, and he directed the conversation in this direction. Majesh. The USSR was an amazing country. When we were introduced to its fantastic goals and strange worldview, we laughed, and our historians said directly, "Be vigilant. You are being led to collapse, like Atlantis once was." However, our historians were convinced that Atlantis and God never existed. We ourselves do not believe in God but Atlantis, excuse me. You just decided to excuse your planet from our dominion. I'll tell you right away, don't even try. We know our domain very well. Arseny. And why did you predict the end of the USSR? Majesh. And weren't you right? Arseny. Is that a secret? Majesh. Your slogans immediately seemed impossible to implement to me. A world without violence. People are vegetarians. A society where everyone is happy to meet each other. Where have you seen anything like that? It's simply impossible in our universe. It reminded me strongly of what our teacher told us in history lessons at the Shastri school about Atlantis, which paid in full for harboring these unrealizable ideas. When the predatory world of capitalism broke your peace-loving country, I was not very surprised, remembering my teacher's stories about Atlantis. Something that looks at life so naively and childishly cannot survive in this world. However, with the collapse of socialism, interest in us was completely lost. The secret laboratory where we worked and lived was disbanded. The Soviet scientist fanatics burned the documents so that the Americans wouldn't get them. Now it's empty. But before it was full of life. Arseny. Look, Dublin is deserted. Enough chatter. Let's go quickly to the plains. Enough shaking the air with this politics. Majesh. Okay, let's go. Let's have a rest in your Estonia. So we go down to the forest. Then you take me to your dacha and we make a workshop there to start earthly technology. Arseny. You won't get any money, only ready-made products plus copper sulfate and gold. Majesh. Well, yeah, 30 euros, as we agreed. Arseny. Listen, my friend is calling me. I'll step away for 5 minutes now. Majesh. Come on, let's talk. Arseny. Alexander Aetagumika. He's alone here. He has nowhere to go. There's no one to stand up for him. He doesn't have any earthly documents. He'll cost us 30 euros. He can fix computers, so it seems. Alexander. So he can, or so it seems. Arseny. We'll teach you. Alexander. So you were lying to me when you said you were going alone. Arseny. You weren't lying. I only found him after we ended the conversation. Alexander. 30 euros is too much for an old grey bastard. 10. No more. Arseny. He also needs gold and copper. Alexander. 4 euros copper and gold? Is he completely swollen? I'm not going to buy him gold. Arseny. A ring dissolved in aqua regia will last him a year. Alexander. The grey bulging eye has completely swollen. I'll clear his windpipe a few times, he'll stop making up stories about gold. Arseny. They need these metals as a microelement for their health, otherwise they suffocate and die. Alexander. We'll let him die. Nobody invited them to Earth. Think what else can be squeezed out of him before he dies without precious metals. Arseny. He is very smart, besides that he has a lot of books and a translator. Alexander. We will take the translator away from him, decipher all the books, and publish them. And I am not interested in a miracle. He will die in a bag and into the sea. This, find out. And he has a microchip implanted. I do not want to deal with the Shastrian law. My head is not yet heavy. I will call back later. Arseny. Majesh, listen. Do you have microchips anywhere in your clothes, body objects? Majesh. Our banknotes are chipped so that they can be easily found in case of theft or loss. The state can track the migration of money. Arseny. How many rubles do you have with you? Majesh. 550. Arseny. Give them here. You don't need them anymore. Majesh reluctantly gave 550 rubles. Arseny immediately called Alexander. Arseny. I already have the Shastri currency. Alexander. Well done. Take them with you, but then keep them at a distance from yourself, so that his fellow tribesmen don't follow their trail to you. I found him only after the conversation ended. Alexander. 30 euros is too much for the old grey bastard. 10, no more. Arseny. He also needs gold and copper. Alexander. 4 euros copper and gold? Is he completely swollen? I'm not going to buy him gold. Arseny. A ring dissolved in aqua regia will last him a year. Alexander. The grey bulging eye has completely swollen. I'll clear his throat several times. He'll stop making up stories about gold. Arseny. They need these metals as a microelement for health, otherwise they suffocate and die. Alexander. We'll let him die. Nobody invited them to Earth. Think about what else you can squeeze out of him before he dies without precious metals. Arseny. He's very smart, besides that he has a lot of books and a translation machine. Alexander. We'll take the translator away from him, decipher all the books and publish them. I'm not interested in a miracle. He'll die, put him in a sack and into the sea. You see, he has a microchip implanted. I don't want to deal with Shastri law. My head isn't heavy yet. I'll call you back later. Arseny. Majesh, listen. Do you have microchips anywhere in your clothes, body, or objects? Majesh. Our banknotes are chipped so that they can be easily found if they are stolen or lost. The state can track the migration of money. Arseny. How many rubles do you have with you? Majesh. 550. Arseny. Give them here. You don't need them anymore. Majesh reluctantly gave 550 rubles. Arseny immediately called Alexander. Arseny. I already have the Shastri currency. Alexander. Well done. Take them with you, but then keep them at a distance from yourself, so that his fellow tribesmen don't follow their trail to you. I found him only after the conversation ended. Alexander. 30 euros is too much for the old grey bastard. 10, no more. Arseny. He also needs gold and copper. Alexander. 4 euros copper and gold? Is he completely swollen? I'm not going to buy him gold. Arseny. A ring dissolved in aqua regia will last him a year. Alexander. The grey bulging eye has completely swollen. I'll clear his throat several times. He'll stop making up stories about gold. Arseny. They need these metals as a micro-element for health. Otherwise they suffocate and die. Alexander. Well, let him die. Nobody invited them to Earth. Think about what else you can squeeze out of him before he dies without precious metals. Arseny. He's very smart. Besides that, he has a lot of books and a translation machine. Alexander. We'll take the translator away from him, decipher all the books, and publish them. I'm not interested in a miracle. He'll die, put him in a sack, and into the sea. You see? He has a microchip implanted. I don't want to deal with Shastri law. My head isn't heavy yet. I'll call you back later. Arseny. Majesh, listen. Do you have microchips anywhere in your clothes, body, or objects? Majesh. Our banknotes are chipped so that they can be easily found if they are stolen or lost. The state can track the migration of money. Arseny. How many rubles do you have with you? Majesh. 550. Arseny. Give them here. You don't need them anymore. Majesh reluctantly gave 550 rubles. Arseny immediately called Alexander. Arseny. I already have the Shastri currency. Alexander. Well done. Take them with you, but then keep them at a distance from yourself, so that his fellow tribesmen don't follow their trail to you. Alexander. Well done. Take them with you, but keep them at a distance from you, so that his fellow tribesmen don't follow their trail. Alexander. Well done. Take them with you, but keep them at a distance from you, so that his fellow tribesmen don't follow their trail. Arseny. When we jump off the plane, I'll call you. Alexander. I've got an idea. Let the miracle hunt pigeons and sparrows and eat them. It will be cheaper. Actually, let him be glad that we won't hand him over to the authorities and make up less stories. No one invited him to Earth. Arseny. The main thing is for things to go well, then we'll squeeze him harder. Alexander. Don't forget that the shop should close in 10 years. During this time, we should become richer than the sheikhs. Then Gumiku Sikirbashka and into the sea. I don't want to have to justify myself to Nihon later, remember that. Arseny returned to Majesh, and they went to the airport on foot. To his great surprise, Arseny learned that the Irish spoke Irish, not English, and therefore the signs on the street were not easy to understand. The fact that Arseny did not speak Irish also caused a lot of strong emotions in Majesh. He said that on their planet, knowledge of a dozen foreign languages is almost normal for a holder of a scientific degree. The lack is compensated by a device translator. Magesh explained the high demands on the citizens of Shastra by constant hostility with neighbors. Majesh. One thing I don't understand. What are you talking about with Alexander so much? Arseny. Majesh, Alexander wants to pay you only 10 euros a month for computer repairs. He himself will take 25 per client for this. Magesh. And what kind of demand will there be for my services? Arseny. This is a very popular service here. You will work day and night. Majesh. Then he is just a profiteer, and there's no way to get around him. It's just a very strange situation. Arseny. Alexander has a working car to take you to a safe place. Majesh. And you yourself will not find clients without this Alexander. He wants too much for his service. Arseny. Do you have any other suggestions for delivering you to my dacha? Don't forget, We will leave the plane in an unpredictable place. Alexander promised to come to any point Estonia. Majesh. Let's do it this way. When you arrive at your place of residence, tell Alexander that I ran away and you couldn't find me. In general, I think I need to look for a way to legalize myself and get a residence permit. I have my Shastri passport with me. Arseny. Nobody will legalize you here. They won't even listen. They'll grab you for experiments, period. Everyone has completely forgotten about the secret projects of the USSR, so you have one chance to work for what I'll give you. For now, this is it. Then we'll see. Finally, Majesh chose the plane and he got into the pilot's cabin to install the instruments. After a little tinkering, he created a remote control and calculated the descent protocol on 2 parachutes. The event was quite dangerous and he thought out the technical details very carefully. After that, he told Arseny in detail about his place and participation in the flight. The plane soared into the sky and flew over Europe. The picturesque cloud scenes, however, went unnoticed by the travelers, who were preoccupied exclusively with the landing technique. Arseny returned to his homeland Majesh. Well, now we jump. The plane will fall in the forest and explode, but we don't need it anymore. What a beauty of an Earth we've ruined. Arseny. I've hated airplanes since childhood. Majesh. For good reason? They're not comfortable? Our Vimanas are better, they're like earthly cars. That's it, let's jump. Arseny. Where are you? Majesh. Yes, I'm here. Majesh roared, throwing off his parachute. I parachuted our luggage nearby. Let's go have a look. By the way, call Alexander and let him take us to the place. Arseny. Judging by the coordinates, we landed quite far from where you live. That's why we can't do without a car. The next part of the program, we'll put a bag on you so that no one sees your unearthly appearance. Alexander's just not used to seeing people like you. He might get scared and tear his head off in fear. Majesh. You Earthlings have an interesting psychology. Okay, call your friend. Arseny took the phone in his hands, twisted it for a long time, and finally called. Arseny. We landed, roll up to the next coordinates. Alexander. So that means near Tartu. Arseny. Yes. Alexander. Okay, I'm heading to you. Just remember one thing. I won't take this alien thing into the cabin. Its place is in the trunk. Explain to this miracle that the planet coped with its problems quite well without it. Do you have their rubles with you? Arseny. Yes, he gave them to me. Alexander. What material is this money of theirs made of? Arseny. Plastic banknotes, similar to modern. Canadian ones. They all depict one humanoid in a military uniform and with a rather masculine expression on his face. This is their president, Nihon. The material does not get wet, does not deform when folded, no matter how much you fold it, like a banknote let go, it will spontaneously turn back, and without a trace. There is a microchip in front of the window with a watermark. Alexander. Great, we'll hide them in the forest and remember where. They are of no use on Earth yet, and the chip will not point to us. As soon as it becomes possible to exchange them for goods, we will find them and immediately lower them. That's it. End of communication. I'm coming to you. Sergei, shaking with fear. Sen. Are you sure that we really need the humic acid? Alexander. This is not just money, but big money, huge money literally out of nothing. It won't be difficult for Gumar to repair equipment because the productivity is enormous. We will collect orders from all over the country. We will charge clients at least 40 euros per order. We will pay Gumar 10 euros per month. The rest will go into our pockets. The only thing is we need to somehow take this gray freak away from Arseny. I see one thing. Arseny himself wants to take over this business. Sergei. San. Gumich turns a city into ruins with one beam. Whoever he looks at will shake, lose their mind, and die in an instant. San, we will perish. Alexander. Stop stinking like a sack of snot. Better think about how to take this gray scum from Arseny and make her work for us. Sergei. Come on. I will work with Earthlings. Not with this goat. Sergei was shaking, sitting right in the car, and so hard that it prevented Alexander from driving smoothly. Alexander, oh, calm down. When the money starts flowing to us, you'll forget your worries. Well, according to the coordinates, it's here. I'm calling Arseny. Alexander. Arseny, we've already arrived on the road. Take your gray freak out. Don't forget to take your luggage, especially his luggage, and get out. Arseny. San, we're going. How long will it take you to get us to my dacha? Alexander. About 2 hours. I bought this gray freak a laptop to study. Tell him to get to work quickly. We don't have much time left before these devils descend to Earth. Arseny and Majesh walked through the forest towards the road. They finally saw Alexander's car and approached it. Majesh put his suitcase in the trunk and started moving towards the back seat of the car. Sergei stood in horror, looking at Majesh's ugly face by earthly standards, and kept pushing Alexander so that he would take Arseny alone and leave. Alexander ran up to Majesh and blocked his way to the car. Alexander. Where are you going, gray ass? This place is for earthlings. Your place is in the trunk. Sergei. Sanya, you're right, in the trunk. Only in the trunk. I don't need the neighbor like that. Alexander. Arseny, you have the rubies. Give them here. Let's see right away what kind of beast it is and think about where we'll hide them. Arseny. Sanya, we don't have time for the rubies now. We need to organize things securely. First of all, clients should not see the master who will work for them. Can you imagine some lady seeing his ugly appearance? Alexander. There is a microchip in the rubles. The Gumari can use it to find our shop, and it will be impossible to supply them with goods for at least another 15 years. Sergei. Alien money, then. Give it to me. I will be away from the computer workshop. If there are problems with the Gumari, I will say that I found it in the forest. I have a place to hide it, and far from me. The gray-assed ones will not understand that I am somehow connected with them. Alexander took Majesh's suitcase and took out its contents. Alexander. I see a lot of British pounds here, all 50s. And where did the gray-assed guy get them? Majesh. I found them in an abandoned gray wallet on the train. Alexander. I'll give the pounds to Arseny, except for the tenner for transport. Having roughly shoved Majesh into the trunk, Alexander got behind the wheel, and Sergei was next to him. Arseny from behind. Sergei. Arseny, you can lock Majesh in your dacha and not let him out anywhere. Just take the finished computers and bring the broken ones from the clients. Also, tell him more clearly that we need to do everything within the earthly framework, without any hadrons and the like. Arseny. Yes, of course. I'll explain. Alexander. Yes, please, so that the clients don't tell me later that we did the impossible, and so that he does everything quickly. No more than an hour per computer. Because we need real earthly money, not his gray ass. Big money, huge money. So that my wife and I don't leave Barcelona. Arseny. First, don't forget. He needs to be taught earthly technology. That's why he'll need laptops just for disassembly, so that he understands how earthly technology works and can repair faulty ones. Alexander. How much does he need to promote? His talents? I'll bring him 2 laptops in perfect condition. Arseny. I still don't get it. So you decided to make money on Majesh, and what does that have to do with me? At least I found him and brought him here. So San, stop pushing crap about the super profits settling in your wallet. I should be the one getting rich from this business, and you just need to pay for the transportation. Alexander. Okay. But who's going to find you clients? You'll sit in your stupid lab and wait for the clients to find you themselves. Arseny. San, who's going to give him housing and prepare a workspace or what? And you can find clients online. Alexander. Well, how do you imagine that? Nobody reads that damn newspaper on the internet, and you'll be bringing 1 computer a day. You'll be running away from Prions, running to meetings, bringing computers to the lab, until you get fired. and then take them to the dacha by train. So we'll spend the night next to that freak. We need a serious business not to survive, but to live, and live well. It wasn't for nothing that I carried that freak around in my car. Sergey, I can also accept and give away computers. We'll have to jack up a good price for all these miracles and not let it go. Remember, people have money. They just don't want to pay for ordinary work. And the work here won't be ordinary, so we'll have to rip them off and rip them off. Arseny. Don't forget that the miracle also has crystals with an encyclopedia on history, cosmonautics, and something else. This needs to be deciphered and published. You can still make money on this. Alexander. Nobody here needs their cosmonautics for free. No one will understand it. But history, even fragmentary, I think will be of great interest. This is exactly about the time that causes active debates between classical history and various alternative historians. No, sometimes you find something that classical history cannot explain. This book will be snatched up by us. Sergey. Now that's real money and way cooler than computer. Repair. We even need to put this matter first. Let him translate all his encyclopedias into Russian, and then we'll just drown him in the swamp. We won't have to hold the creature for more than a week. Alexander. That's a real topic, Seryoga. Well done. I came up with an even cooler topic. Sergey. Which one? Alexander. I'll think it through completely and then I'll announce it. Arseny. We've arrived, guys. I'll go take Majesh to his place of residence. Alexander. Yes, lead the way. We'll be there. We'll call the parents and be there. Sergey. I got it. San, let's continue. So what did you come up with? Alexander. Kumar translates encyclopedias into Russian in 2 weeks. We'll grab the translation and head into the fog. Then we trade quietly, publishing fact after fact in books. And the direct route to the Nobel. We will dump all the dangerous rubies on Arseny, Majesh himself, his trinkets, and let his friends find that miracle at Arseny's. Computers will bring Arseny an average income, but their encyclopedias will give us both wealth and fame. Sergey. A great idea. We will lose several thousand euros. And do we need them? When we describe this stupid Atlantis from A to Z, after that, we will be great scientists. And Arseny's lot is to spend precious metals and money on this absorber with a relatively small compensation. Alien business basics. Arseny. Majesh, your room is on the 2nd floor. Majesh. What? This one? Majesh looked around the small room for a long time, constantly hissing at the lack of basic amenities, but he was especially displeased with the lack of heating, since the air temperature was critical for their life. Majesh. It's summer now. Then winter will come. I need plus 45. I can live with plus 30, but I'll definitely die at temperatures lower than that. Arseny. I'll buy a battery. Majesh. Thank you. How much? Will 15 rubles be enough? Arseny. Remember, rubles don't go around here. About 200 euros. Majesh. Don't forget about electricity, and it will be unbearably hot for you in this room. Arseny. Majesh, those friends are coming. Alexander. Okay, everything's great. I sat Gumar down at the table with the laptop. Now forget about computer repairs for a while. We talked here and came to a different conclusion. Translate encyclopedias into Russian, starting with the history of the Earth. Arseny. Majesh, you have crystals with encyclopedias. Launch their computer translation into Russian. Majesh. Assembling the system one evening. History of the Earth, 2 days. Cosmonautics a week. Medicine 3 days. Alexander. It's taking too long. Drive the history of the Earth forward. Now for you and Arseny, good news. After you give me the translation of the history of the Earth on a flash drive in Russian, you are free from my claims on money. Smart people, organize the matter yourselves. Alexander. Sergey, why don't you come up to us? Sergey. San. Why? The matter has already started. It started. 1.5 years has passed. Majesh. Arseny, come here. Arseny approached Majesh's laptop and saw photographs of Alexander and Sergei in the Nobel Prize ceremony hall. Arseny. Wow, what did you dig up on the internet? Majesh. I'm not surprised. Did you notice that after they received the translations from me, History of the Earth, so neither you nor I have ever received a call? Arseny. That was to be expected. Majesh. It's good that they left us alone. Arseny, how much do you actually charge your clients for one repaired laptop? Arseny. And why do you need to know? Let me remind you. The Shastrian Rubia doesn't go here. Majesh. Listen, those two moral freaks got a Nobel Prize for no good reason at all. They found an ancient Shastrian nuclear plant in Africa and a Spironian cemetery in Asia. I find them disgusting. I caught an Earth radio broadcast and translated it into my Bahasa. They said that you Earthlings received a message from Nihon demanding that earthly governments legally naturalize the Greys. Arseny. That is, to give you a residence permit and Earth document. Majesh. Yes. Arseny. Frightened. And why do you need a residence permit residence? I bring you ready-made food, you fix computers. Majesh. Now I can open my own business and go out on the street. I won't have to hide anymore. I want to count my own money and work with clients. I feel like I'm underpaid a huge amount every month. This tradition was started by Alexander and his very cowardly but mean and greedy friend Sergei. Then I was a nobody on the planet, a living exhibit for a museum. Now I get the rights to real estate, the opportunity to legally travel to earthly countries and have your own wallet. Arseny. Majesh, you get everything except an earthly appearance. And with an appearance like yours, you won't succeed in business. Most of the clients for whom we repair computers will simply faint from fear when they see you, because you are gray and look like an earthly corpse. What kind of business is there with an appearance like that? Maybe being an artist in a house of horror. Majesh. I don't feel comfortable in Estonia. It's very cold here. I think I need to at least go on vacation to Cuba to improve my health. I almost died in the winter. I need plus 45 degrees. Here it's plus 30 at most. Arseny. Okay. If I take you to Cuba for 2 weeks, will you stop demanding that I open a bank account for you and put a sticker in my passport? Majesh. How will I go to Cuba without a visa? You need a passport for that. Second, if you decided to send me to Cuba without a passport, then it means illegally, which is not cheap. It means you have money and not a small amount. I just don't want to spend it on me. Arseny. Majesh, if you got to Alexander, he would have let you go to hell for your translations. He and his friend got the Nobel Prize, then you would have fixed computers day and night, and you know what? For €5 a month. He would have bought you a mousetrap and made you eat the mice and sparrows he caught. And on weekends he would have taken you naked to the city and shown you for money. Moreover, in 10 years he would have drowned you in the sea so as not to have to answer to Nihon. And he would have told your authorities, I don't know. I didn't see. I didn't hear. Majesh. I understood perfectly well that Alexander and his cowardly friend are just vile local degenerates. In theory, I should have received the Nobel for the translations, not them. At least you did. And they got it. But there's nothing to be done about it. I was glad that they disappeared from our site altogether. Then, during your doctoral studies, you are taken off your allowance on your prions and required to work even more. They don't pay you. At this time, your banknote collection grows, and a new expensive car appears. And this takeoff happened precisely from the moment I showed up and blew off Alexander and his eternally shaking friend. With all this, I only have chicken on my table and a minimum of microelements. I'm loaded with work day and night. I can count money. Arseny. What the hell do you need Cuba for? What are you doing there? You had your own revolution. Instead of Fidel, you have Shan, as I understand it. Magesh. Look, You'll never become a doctor on prions again, because the epidemic has subsided and no one needs them now. So, let's look further. Our authorities will soon arrive on Earth. They'll find me. And what will I say? That I lived without documents in Arsenia, or what? I will say that two degenerates made a lot of money on me and ran away. Alexander and Sergei will go to court for fraud. It will turn out that the Earthlings humiliated and trampled me, which Nihon will never forgive your country. So, with the arrival of my brothers, it will be very bad for you. I propose the following to these two goats. I did not give all the transfers. I have 2 crystals left for us. I watched one last night. A lot of things were technically damaged. Only the words remained that there is an ancient scientific object in Guanacabibes, Cuba. In Mexico and Yucatan, the Itzan Pyramid of Eros Dionysus. There are countless secrets and useful artifacts there. Arseny. So you decided to travel through Cuba, Mexico, Majesh, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, maybe Nicaragua. Arseny. One thing I don't understand is how you want to do archaeology alone. Majesh. Arseny. The level of historical knowledge of Earthlings is so poor that a few ancient finds, but correctly presented, are enough to get a hefty prize for them. Watch the video of the Nobel Prize being awarded to Alexander and Sergei. It's just a circus. They don't answer questions. They can't say where they found out about it. They were awarded only for the scale of the find and its significance for the Earthlings. Or rather, in their minds. I now have material for at least one more such find. You just have to really squeeze money out of everything and live normally? Arseny. So you'll go to the city for a passport, and then start bothering about a trip to Latin America? Majesh. I'm generally thinking of earning money myself first and then going. By the way, from everything I know about prions, I think it wouldn't hurt for you to go with me, since the Mayan cannibals died out for a reason very similar to the events in Samphale in her last days. Arseny. You have decided to disappear in Cuba since the Cuban climate suits you better. Majesh. No, I will return from Cuba. The climate there is good, but I want to fly to Emushnagar with the first passenger Vimana, and from there to the state of Nagara Ishmael, where I was born. Arseny. So the two of us will dig through Cuban antiquities and see what we find there. We need equipment, Majesh. We will simply tell you where to dig. I want to make you a Nobel, which that dashing couple stole from us. They simply brought me in a bag in the trunk as an object, and to get them off my back, I dropped those money transfers into their impudent claws. By the way, I wonder where the hell they are now. Arseny. They went to Barcelona, bought houses there and live. Majesh. That's great. It's good if they forgot about me. By the way, if they ask where I am, say that I haven't returned from Cuba. I'm more likely to get lost there than here. Alexander. Seryog. I heard that our Gumar can now legalize himself and get a residence permit. Sergei. We are idiots, San. We received transfers from that freak and wrote it off to Arseny. I wonder if he is still hanging out with Arseny. Alexander. Well, where could he go? I think he is hanging out. And what's more, Arseny has gotten fat, the pig, and is now knocking down high prices on internet auctions. I wonder how that crazy prionologist got 10,000 Brunei ringgits, which cost about 1,500 euros. Where did he get that kind of money? So he continues to ride on the grey ass. Sergei. So the grey ass is still riding, which means he didn't give us everything that could be squeezed out of him. Alexander. Now, it's all the same. The grey ass needs to be killed, because when his brothers arrive, he will have his own. The shepherd will gape that I kicked him into the trunk, and not only that. Sergei. We need to talk to Arseny like men before the freak gets his passport. If he does, then we'll have to consider him a rational living being. For now, he's just an object to us. Alexander. He was an object, and he remains an object. The object needs to be drowned in the sea. Arseny is a burnt-out loser and an idiot. He won't be able to stab him. I don't know. But he needs to be stabber and shot long ago. Seryoga, I'm tired of traveling around poor countries. They've already eaten up my childhood and youth. In general, go to Arseny and shoot the freak before it's too late. Sergei. Who? Me? Alexander. What, should I go and crush Gumar? Sergei. Well, are you completely swollen? I dreamed about strangling that jerk most of all. I can't stand the sight of him. I'm afraid. Alexander. There's nothing to be afraid of. Come visit Arseny, find some copper sulfate, and sprinkle some pancuronium bromide there. The Gumar will swallow it, and his lungs will immediately refuse to breathe. This poison affects them the same way it does people. And that's it. He's a corpse. They'll accuse Arseny of deciding to get rid of the freak and poisoning him. Then first prison, then the execution place when the Gumars arrive. But that's for Arseny, and we're on top. Sergei. Are you sure he'll die? Alexander. Absolutely. The devils will carry the gray-assed one to hell. I'll tell you one thing. When he starts choking from the poison, it will be very spectacular. It's a shame I won't be a witness. No one on earth knows the medicine for their deformed body. They won't save him. Sergei. Okay, I'll go. 500,000 euros, no less. Money in advance. Alexander. Agreed. After receiving the money, Sergei disappeared and Alexander never found him. The story of one captain. The first dangerous voyage. Port Veracruz, Mexico. Restaurant at the port. George. Navigator. Look, Captain Margus. The drunk gorilla is back. Margus. There are plenty of drunk idiots out there. Why should I look at that goat? George. That monkey talks a lot about Atlantis, Shambhala, and all sorts of nonsense in general. Margus, so what now? The nut house is full of idiots and everyone is raving about something. George. Margus, you have a phone call. Rolf. Captain Margus, we would like to inform you that the company's plans have not changed, and you will have to sail your ship straight to London. You understand? Straight through Florida, the Bahamas, and on to Europe. Margus. The only thing I don't understand is what the problem is. I've sailed ships along this route before and had no problems. Rolf. I don't know the reason, but the other captains refused. The company offered a lot of money, but none of your colleagues agree. Margus. I'll drive. I don't give a damn about triangles. Michael made this nonsense up on purpose to raise the course fee, no doubt. Rolf. Today is vacation. Be at work tomorrow. Since you're driving the ship, stop by the office in the morning for the paperwork and get down to business. Departure is at 3 o'clock. George. So, do you have to go to work? Margus. Not today. If that's the case, then let's relax. George. So where do we need to sail? Margus. Straight to London, stopping only at oncoming ports, not calling anywhere specially. George. Cool, straight through the Bermuda Triangle. Margus. I don't get it, buddy. Do you really believe that some kind of crap is going on there? George. Horseradish doesn't grow. There, only ginger. There's a problem, sir. I didn't believe in this nonsense for the last few years. Remember when we were sitting right here, in this restaurant? We heard stories from our neighbors about gray humanoids who stole cows from farmers, cut out their eyes and brains, and sucked out their blood. You shut me up back then. Nonsense, nonsense. And now their messages are all over the news. I'm afraid that something similar is happening with the triangle. It's like there's a colony of greys there under the water. Margus. Are you completely nuts? How can greys who breathe air live on the bottom of the ocean? George. I'm afraid they built something very technical there. A bell over the city. Look, the capital of Atlantis is right there. If you look at the legends, maybe the Atlanteans themselves created this bell when they were drowning. Margus. George, drink less. By the way, that beggar is coming our way. George. Let's listen to what he has to tell us. Margus, you listen. And I'd rather think about something more sensible. Fernando, sitting down at the table. Good evening, sirs. Would you like to pour me some whiskey? And I'll tell you, it's not for nothing that George is afraid of this place. Margus. Oh, come on, it's not for nothing. He drank a lot. And that's how the old fool started dreaming about Atlantis and Shambhala. Fernando. There's an ancient legend that paradise on earth flourished on that island, where people and animals were all happy and messengers flew to them from alien planets. Margus. George, you asked for it. Now he'll be making gypsies pay for his nonsense. George. Sir. What's your name again? Fernando. Fernando, I'm Philemon in the past. Margus. You see, the idiot drank himself to death, that he had invented a new name for himself. Fernando blushed that he had said too much, but the word that had flown out could not be taken back, and he decided to simply erase it from the memory of his not particularly sober interlocutors with an abundant presentation of other information. George. Senor Fernando, so where was that Atlantis of yours? Fernando. The path to the Bahamas goes east and touches Cuba. The entire earthly paradise burned with fire, which exceeded the temperature of the hellish bonfire. There, an earthly man blew up the vimana of evil, and the hellish flame that gave birth to it took the entire city under water, and the newcomers searched for it for a long time. George. Don't talk nonsense, you old moron. You're not a poet anyway. Tell me instead, is it safe for us to sail to London? I'll buy you a bottle if you tell me everything clearly without any idiotic poetry. Fernando. Earthly paradise instantly became hell, and all the great hopes. George. Yes, I asked you without poetry. We are techies here. We will not appreciate your poetic efforts anyway. Margus. I have nothing to do to solve his stupid puzzles. George. Okay. I believe there was Atlantis. But where was its capital? Fernando. Give me a map. This hated city flourished here. He pointed with a pencil on the map, until the Vimana of the evil ones destroyed it. The earthly Lakshar blew up that Vimana, and it destroyed the entire island. That Lakshar lived out his long life in a golden city, and the honest people created legends about that heroism. Those people are gray in appearance and ugly for earthlings. But for Lakshar there is nothing dearer than the lights of Emushnagar. Margus. The old drunkard is raving, of course. Poetically you can't take that away. But he indicated the capital very plausibly, if you believe the extraordinary people. Fernando. The state of the Greys, of which Lakshar is the admiral, has been fighting the Greens all its life. George. Give the old drunkard some money for a bottle and let's go on a flight tomorrow. Margus. Senor Fernando, here. Are you $50? George. Yes, go drink some more. You'll come up with more fun nonsense, unfortunate Philemon. Margus. Why are you so rude? Well, he's a little weird, a little crazy, that's for sure. George. I'm just skating. The great civilization of the Atlanteans. A fair society, which even took into account the rights of animals. Apparently they weren't averse to drinking too. That's why they drowned drunk. Margus. Look, he's gone. He can barely stand on his feet. George. I get it. He needed to get drunk. That's why he was talking nonsense until he got enough for a bottle. And when he got it, the wind blew him away. And he went looking for more fools for his fables. Morning came. The captain went to the office for the documents, and the entire crew began preparing to sail. Tell me better. Is it safe for us to sail to London? I'll buy you a bottle if you tell me everything clearly without any idiotic poetry. Fernando. Earthly paradise has instantly become hell, and all the great hopes. George. Yes, I asked you without poetry. We are techies here. We will not appreciate your poetic efforts anyway. Margus. I have nothing better to do than to solve his stupid puzzles. George. Okay. I believe there was Atlantis. But where was its capital? Fernando. Give me a map. That hated city flourished here. He pointed with a pencil on the map. Until the Vimana of the evil ones destroyed it. The earthly Lakshar blew up that Vimana and it destroyed the entire island. The Lakshar lived out his long life in the city of gold, and the honest people created legends about that heroism. Those people are gray in appearance and ugly for earthlings. But for Lakshar there is nothing dearer than the lights of Emushnagar. Margus. The old drunkard is raving, of course. Poetically, there is no denying it. But he indicated the capital painfully plausibly, if you believe the extraordinary people. Fernando. The state of the Greys, whose admiral, Lakshar is, has been fighting the Greens all his life. George. Give the old drunkard some money for a bottle and let's go on a flight tomorrow. Margus. Senor Fernando, here are your $50. George. Yes, go drink some more. You will come up with more cheerful nonsense, unfortunate Philemon. Margus. Why are you so rude? Well, he's a little weird, a little crazy, that's for sure. George. I'm just skating. The great civilization of the Atlanteans, a fair society, which even took into account the rights of animals. Apparently they weren't averse to drinking too. That's why they drowned drunk. Margus. Look, he's gone. He can barely stand on his feet. George. I get it. He needed to get drunk. That's why he was talking nonsense until he got enough for a bottle. And when he got it, the wind blew him away, and he went looking for more fools for his fables. Morning came. The captain went to the office for the documents, and the entire crew began preparing to sail. Tell me better. Is it safe for us to sail to London? I'll buy you a bottle if you tell me everything clearly without any idiotic poetry. Fernando. Earthly paradise has instantly become hell, and all the great hopes. George. Yes, I asked you without poetry. We are techies here. We will not appreciate your poetic efforts anyway. Margus. I have nothing better to do than to solve his stupid puzzles. George. Okay, I believe there was Atlantis. But where was its capital? Fernando. Give me a map. That hated city flourished here. He pointed with a pencil on the map. Until the Vimana of the evil ones destroyed it. The earthly Lakshar blew up that Vimana and it destroyed the entire island. That Lakshar lived out his long life in the city of gold, and the honest people created legends about that heroism. Those people are gray in appearance and ugly for earthlings. But for Lakshar there is nothing dearer than the lights of Emushnagar. Margus. The old drunkard is raving, of course. Poetically there is no denying it, but he indicated the capital painfully plausibly, if you believe the extraordinary people. Fernando. The state of the Greys, whose admiral Lakshar is, has been fighting the Greens all his life. George. Give the old drunkard some money for a bottle and let's go on a flight tomorrow. Margus. Senor Fernando, here are your $50. George. Yes, go drink some more. You will come up with more cheerful nonsense, unfortunate Philemon. Margus. Why are you so rude? Well, he's a little weird, a little crazy, that's for sure. George. I'm just skating. The great civilization of the Atlanteans, a fair society, which even took into account the rights of animals. Apparently they weren't averse to drinking too. That's why they drowned a drunk. Margus. Look, he's gone. He can barely stand on his feet. George. I get it. He needed to get drunk. That's why he was talking nonsense until he got enough for a bottle. And when he got it, the wind blew him away, and he went looking for more fools for his fables. Morning came. The captain went to the office for the documents, and the entire crew began preparing to sail. Margus. Why are you so rude? Well, he's a little weird, a little crazy, that's for sure. George. I'm just skating. The great civilization of the Atlanteans. A fair society. Which even took into account the rights of animals. Apparently they weren't averse to drinking too. That's why they drowned a drunk. Margus. Look, he's gone. He can barely stand on his feet. George. I get it, he needed to get drunk. That's why he was talking nonsense until he got enough for a bottle. And when he got it, the wind blew him away and he went looking for more fools for his fables. Morning came. The captain went to the office for the documents and the entire crew began preparing for departure. Margus. Why are you so rude? Well, he's a little weird. A little crazy, that's for sure. George. I'm just skating. The great civilization of the Atlanteans. A fair society. Which even took into account the rights of animals. Apparently they weren't averse to drinking too. That's why they drowned drunk. Margus. Look, he's gone. He can barely stand on his feet. George. I get it. He needed to get drunk. That's why he was talking nonsense until he got enough for a bottle. And when he got it, the wind blew him away and he went looking for more fools for his fables. Morning came. The captain went to the office for the documents and the entire crew began preparing for departure. Ship disappears. Ship appears. George is very worried. The weather's getting worse, Margus, and it doesn't look like anything at all. It feels like we're entering some kind of tunnel all the way to space. It's dark all around, like in a pipe. Go to the instruments, what are they showing? Margus. I don't understand anything. We're isolated from all earthly transmitters. It feels like we've flown out into space. You're right. Check the signals from the Bahamas. We're not very far from them now. George. They're not there, and it's not a technical issue. It's just that our ship has been captured by some kind of spatial trap. Margus. Check other stations, for example, Miami, Barbados, Cuba. Check until you catch some land. Report that we've been isolated from earthly signals. Keep in touch with the first one you come across. And report that the ship was in the center of a phenomenon unexplained by science and can receive technical breakdowns. George. Margus. I can't find anyone at all. Screams of horror are heard from the deck. Where are we sailing? We can't see the sky or the sea. We can't even tell if the ship is moving or not. Margus. George. This is our first time sailing through this damn triangle shrouded in legends and we're in trouble right away. We're in trouble in no particular way. George. Margus. We're receiving geographic information. Look. Do you recognize the outlines of any shores? Margus. George. Call the pilot. Let him check the maps. There's a huge metropolis beneath us. George. How do we know that there's a metropolis beneath us? Below us? Maybe in front of us? Pilot Frank. There's no coastline anywhere on Earth. We've ended up in some other reality, on a planet with a different geography. And the land with the navigation chart is right below us. I can't figure it out myself. Explain. Margus. The instruments are picking up some kind of signal from below. The object below is generating a tunnel that is smoothly lowering the ship down. George. We've had enough. This voyage is most likely the last one in our lives. Wallace. The instruments failed, or rather, they switched to control that does not come from our computers. Margus. What's most frightening is the complete lack of an objective reason for the failure of the instruments. They are completely new, recently installed and carefully checked before this very departure. George. The instruments are trifles. What is happening overboard does not lend itself to any reasonable interpretation. Margus. Either I'm drunk or sick. But that old Indian's delirium no longer seems like complete nonsense to me. We entered the so-called Bermuda Triangle, an anomalous zone shrouded in the most terrible and sinister legends, and Fernando wanted to tell us something worthwhile. All my life I've hated all sorts of nonsense about all sorts of UFOs, the Bermuda Triangles, and Atlantis. But I'm seeing that damn tunnel for the first time. George. Yes, that old chatterbox, although he's more alcoholic than a toad in a museum jar, knows something. Officer Anubis. Idiots. Keep the spatial tunnel emitter on a constant wave. The ship is leaving. Grr. The devices are 25,000 years old. No one has repaired them since then. We turned on the force field, and it is not our fault that it is unstable. Anubis. Idiots. If we stop catching Earth ships, then we will wither away completely. Do you want to die in 100 years without the elixir of longevity? Elohim. If there are no ships, then we will wither away here. No food, no entertainment. Most of all, I like to watch how earthly children catch black holes, and they tear them to pieces. Anubis. You have no equal in moral ugliness in the universe. Elohim, move, hold the field. Grr. That's it, the ship has sailed away. Anubis. Damn Lemai, they fucked up such a liner. If things continue like this, then they will send us to the north to take King Knudsen. Elohim. Not all is lost. Let's repeat in an hour and a half. Margus. George. Wallace. Look. The transmitter has picked up the word Atlantis Rix. George. Oh, come on. These are just mirages. Since they remembered that old moron, now they're just hallucinating. Margus. Not me. The device definitely recorded the signal. Listen. The device wheezed Atlantis Rix among some other sounds. The instrument check didn't take long. All the devices were working perfectly and didn't foreshadow any trouble. I see a signal from the Bermuda Islands, the navigator shouted enthusiastically. Margus. I didn't understand a single thing that happened, but I hope it won't happen again. And how did we end up near the Bermuda Islands? According to my information, we should be docking at the capital of the Bahamas in an hour and a half. I don't know, George said. I'm already so happy that this damn tunnel has disappeared, which for some reason was dragging us to the bottom. Meanwhile, the sky cleared up. The passengers again saw the sea waves in the sky, which they were immensely happy about. The fear of danger gradually subsided. The mild climate, good weather outside the window, and rhythmic, life-affirming music gradually erased the passengers' anxious thoughts from their minds. Margus, nervously smoking his pipe, walked from side to side, all the while trying to understand what had happened to his ship not long ago, and when these extraordinary phenomena could repeat themselves again. The fear gradually passed, and common sense reminded him that he needed to continue performing his duties in the usual way, because the onset of that nightmare did not depend on him, and he did not even know how to predict its onset. The weather was excellent for sailing, and Margus abandoned the idea of docking at Bermuda. There was no longer any danger. Was expected, but a lot of time was lost. The impossibility of arriving in Europe on the promised dates was already obvious, and the captain would have to spend a long time explaining to the passengers the reason for the delay, which he himself did not understand. However, Margus and his crew were very wrong. On the very approach to the Bermuda Islands, almost 10 minutes before turning into the bay, visibility outside the window again suddenly disappeared, and the ship found itself again in the same dark tunnel, which smoothly pulled it down, judging by the instruments again, to some port in another reality. The air was filled with some kind of viscous, ominous darkness, and the feeling of the travelers became like some kind of oppressive dream from which you want to wake up. But with all the efforts you make, you can't. Just recently, young couples committing adultery on the decks flew out of their cabins in horror and screamed shrilly in fear. The crew again stood bewildered, looking at the instruments. George. Everything disappeared from the instruments, and again this damn tunnel. May you die, old goat Fernando. You've brought trouble upon yourself. George looked at the instruments stupidly and helplessly, while his friend Margus no longer trusted the instruments. He was trying to decipher the received signal and was looking through binoculars at There's land ahead. Look through binoculars, but it's somehow dark and ominous. I've never seen such a dark and unfriendly place. Finally, Captain Margus began to speak in a very sentimental and unusual manner for his character. Suddenly, he cut through the silence with a cry. "Guys, look. The device is showing land again, which is moving right towards us and very quickly. Reduce speed immediately." "George, the ship is not listening to us at all. It acts as if it is controlled by completely different devices. It is picking up speed. We are lost. Look, according to our instruments, we are already walking on land." Wallace. "Signals have come again, among them the words Atlantis, Rix, and Thebes." George. "Thebes. That's what the capital of Atlantis, which Fernando told us about, was called." Margus. "Shut up with your Atlantis. You're annoying and enough. There's no time for such nonsense now. We are about to meet an ignorant mind, and I can see point blank that it is a very unkind one. Tell the passengers that we have no power over the ship, and let them pray." The uncertainty and anxiety for his future completely crushed the unfortunate Captain Margus. He had never seen anything like this before. There had been storms, there had been bad weather, but this kind of obsession was the first time in his life. George. "Margus, we have docked at that port from another reality, or rather, not we, but our ship." Margus. "That's it. We are trapped. You can hear the heartbreaking cries of the passengers. Now we are going to meet something we have never seen before, and we will see it perhaps for the last time." Anubis. "Elohim, you are a good girl. You looked into the water, the mechanisms have arrested, and everything worked out. The ship is ours. Elohim, I'll tell you straight. We need to repair the spatial descent. If we continue to let things slide, then soon we will forget about ships and planes." Jer. "Elohim is right, but this is not our problem. Let's go see what we caught this time." Anubis. "Sit down, idiots, miserable chatterboxes. No time to sit around, grab your guns and go. Remember, shoot off the legs of young couples. Their brains are needed to grow brain-eating mushrooms on them, so the heads must remain intact." Seth. "Who said that?" Anubis. "That's what our exobiologists say, blockhead. What are you doing? Is this your first time taking an Earth ship? Children are especially needed. They can be infected with a virus so that their organs are suitable for transplants and you can get a bonus for it. So don't make children play with black holes. Got it, idiots?" Elohim. "This concerns you more than anyone. You understand? Tie up the children, take them to the terminal, and dump them on trucks." Elohim. "Yes, sir." George. "Captain, the ship is opening the entrance. Pirates? We've been captured by pirates?" "Take up arms," the captain commanded. He understood perfectly well that he would not be able to cope with the pirates, since their technical level was such that they took control of his ship from a distance. Screams of horror and suffering were heard in the passenger compartment. People were rushing about, banging against the doors. Heart-rending screams were heard all around, from which one could only understand that someone had broken into the ship and started killing the passengers one by one. However, no shots were heard. After a while, the action in the passenger compartment died down. Footsteps were heard and someone knocked on the doors. The crew prepared to open fire to kill, pointing the barrels of automatic weapons at the doors. Oh, miracle! None of the crew approached the lock, but there was a bang and the lock disappeared. The door opened and green reptilians dressed in the military uniform of some previously unknown country appeared before the crew. They were holding weapons unknown to Earthlings, shaped like guns. Elohim fired at the captain's suitcase, where he was hiding his money. A sparkling ball flew out of the barrel, making a hissing sound as if sucking in all the surrounding matter. Inside, it was black and ominous. The ball flew to the suitcase with a crash, crashed into it and sucked it in along with its contents. The suitcase disappeared, as if it had never been there. The reptilians laughed at the lack of will and powerlessness of the crew. However, their laughter was short-lived. When Margus realized that the black hole from this pistol had gobbled up his money, he ordered to fire automatic weapons at the Reptilians to kill. Several aliens fell to the floor, while others fired a volley from Hadron guns. The crew scattered from the balls flying at them, bringing death not only to people, but also the disappearance of any material objects. People threw down their weapons and surrendered in horror. A reptilian in a colorful uniform, Officer Anubis, approached Margus and turned on a tool to translate his speech into English. Anubis, you see how much stronger our weapons are than yours, the Earth's, therefore resistance to us is pointless. We are the descendants of the conquerors of Atlantis. Emperor Elohim II considered your planet too poor in natural resources and left our ancestors to live on it. We are all Earthlings by birth for several generations and live independently of our historical homeland and the states of the Earth. After that, we need food products, which we are accustomed to receiving from captured ships, and people for medical experiments. Young couples under 30 and children are especially valuable. We green the children with genetic viruses and disassemble them for organs. Captain, I propose a deal. Margus, what deal? Anubis, bring us this Earth dairy cattle and food products. In exchange, we offer several outdated Hadron weapons. Margus, Anubis, sell it to me for $2,000, a Hadron pistol and a cannon. Anubis, here in the Republic of Atlantis, only local Karangi money is in circulation, and I have nowhere to exchange earthly currency for Karangi, so let's do it this way. A flock of young tourists, a set of weapons. I agreed to regulate the composition by agreement, or give it to me in exchange for George's gun. The captain's eyes lit up, but he did not want to give up his comrade. Margus, no, I do not agree to give up George, and he is already over 30. Your biologists do not need someone like him. I will give away any passenger sheep, but not the man with whom I have walked almost all my life. Anubis laughed and declared that they had already killed the passenger sheep. The young ones were captured for medical experiments, and he also boasted that his soldier Elohim releases balls for the amusement of small children. They chase them, grab them, and die, being sucked into microscopic black holes. The hole could not suck in one child completely, and his stupid head remained hanging on the wall like a stuffed deer, fused with the material. Margus immediately understood that the invaders of Atlandeta were alien to any humanity. However, he himself did not particularly possess any compassion for anyone. He only loved the members of his team. Anubis, Elohimka shot off the head of one fool gloriously. We then amused ourselves by putting Sengi coins in his open mouth. Margus was tired of listening story about how the Reptilians mocked the passengers, and he got down to business. What kind of gun do you want, just mind you, not my subordinates? Anubis, okay, let's do it this way. We'll let you go. Swim to the land, to the people, but bring us young tourists every month. Our scientists know a lot about them. And your team is old, people beaten by life. They are biologically not fresh and not active. We don't need people like that. Margus, fine, I agree. Just tell me how I'm supposed to find your port later. Wait, let's do it this way. One flock of tourists, one gun. Order the soldiers to drag about 20 of them onto my ship. I'll be grateful forever. And for your stupid experiments, I'll bring you as much human cattle as you want. Anubis, fine, I agree. Privates, drag the guns aboard the ship. How the Reptilians mocked the passengers, and he brought him to business. What kind of gun do you want? Just mind you, not my subordinates? Anubis, okay, let's do it this way. We'll let you go, swim to the land, to the people, but bring us young tourists every month. Our scientists know a lot about them. And your team is old. People beaten by life. They are biologically not fresh and not active. We don't need people like that. Margus, fine, I agree. Just tell me how I'm supposed to find your port later. Wait. Let's do it this way. One flock of tourists, one gun. Order the soldiers to drag about 20 of them onto my ship. I'll be grateful forever. And for your stupid experiments, I'll bring you as much human cattle as you want. Anubis. Fine, I agree. Privates, drag the guns aboard the ship. How the Reptilians mocked the passengers and he brought him to business. What kind of gun do you want? Just mind you, not my subordinates? Anubis. Okay, let's do it this way. We'll let you go, swim to the land, to the people, but bring us young tourists every month. Our scientists know a lot about them, and your team is old, people beaten by life. They are biologically not fresh and not active. We don't need people like that. Margus. Fine, I agree. Just tell me how I'm supposed to find your port later. Wait, let's do it this way. 1 flock of tourists, 1 gun. Order the soldiers to drag about 20 of them onto my ship. I'll be grateful forever. And for your stupid experiments, I'll bring you as much human cattle as you want. Anubis. Fine, I agree. Privates, drag the guns aboard the ship. Anubis. Elohim, where the hell are you? Ger. Find Elohim and kick him back here. Ger. He's sitting in the children's room and continuing to play with a child's head welded to the wall. He's putting coins in its open mouth. Anubis. The field is disappearing. Run to the main mechanism. Osiris. The field is very weak. Let's finish with this captain. Anubis. Margus. Then it's a deal. We can't keep your ship in our port any longer for technical reasons. We'll meet in a month. Meanwhile, George quietly crept up on Elohim and stole his pistol. He turned around in surprise, realizing that the reptilian was now completely unarmed. George attacked him, gagged him so that he would not call his own for help, tied him up and chained him in his cabin under the table. Ger. Mr. Anubis. Elohim has disappeared. Anubis. How did it disappear? Ger. I can't find him in the children's room anymore. Something bad happened to him. Anubis. Leave this idiot. Stop looking for him. Go help the boys hold the field. Hurry. Drag the old guns to Margus's deck. Margus. In order for me to quickly bring you a new flock of fresh earthly meat, you must help me a lot. Redirect my ship to Europe as soon as possible. Anubis. My machines do not work that far and they are already mortally old. I will give you a lift to the shores of Spain, no further. Regiment, abandon ship. The Atlantean army hastily abandoned the ship, never remembering Elohim. So Captain Margus got an alien weapon and a captive reptilian, but lost all the passengers and provisions. The weather was clear. The ship was spotted by the Coast Guard off the coast of Spain. Anubis returned to headquarters and reported to the president about his raid on the Earth ship. He was happy, said that his scientists were always grateful for the material. Now they will finally grow terrible mushrooms on Earthlings, which, eating their brains, produce an elixir of longevity for the reptilians. Then the conversation continued, completely unpleasant for the Earthlings. The president, laughing. I have never seen anyone dumber than Earthlings. They are dumber even than their sheep. The Earth is located in the universe in such a way that we would never have found it. These morons, Atlanteans, sent signals into space one after another, until our ancestors accidentally caught them. But then the gaze of the Spyran Emperor was distracted by a planet almost entirely made of gold. The enemies of our planet, the Shastrians, took advantage of this moment. And if they have their eye on at least something in the universe, then we should not yawn. It means there is something there. They say that the Atlanteans had completely lost their minds by the time we arrived. They were having fun with all their might, even having weddings with the Shastrians, until the Eja Emperor caught them all. Anubis switched to the present and said that this Earth captain was completely different. Before that, he had cleaned the Corona Queen and Maria Celeste with the guys. The captains there were particularly stubborn. They had the principle of one for all and all for one. Since the forces were not equal, we simply killed them all with Hadron pistols and made a terrifying mockery out of the ship, setting up computer-controlled video cameras and pistols, connecting their machines to our computers and returning them to the Earthlings. Then they lost their minds from horror when the ship itself made tea, and the toys in the children's room were moved by ghosts generated by our machines. I almost died laughing when I sent a curious paranormal researcher point blank into a hole on the ship. But this captain is different. He is corrupt. He considers people, just like us, to be trash. He only cares about his friends. He will do everything for us. Oh, Anubis, I'm not sure, answered President Heron. You gave him the guns now. But whether he will bring a herd of people or not, only the universals. Mind knows. Why does he need it now? Anubis became despondent. Anubis. Okay. If he doesn't bring it, I'll sell one of my palaces on the seashore and get the money back. Heron. Don't act so recklessly again. Your arbitrariness is starting to anger me. They might start shooting at us. Anubis. Earthlings are dumber than 1,000 Atlanteans. They are greedy, selfish, and absolutely devoid of sympathy for their own in case of trouble. Heron. So, 20 billion karangas from you if the promise does not arrive within 5 years. Anubis. Agreed. Anubis was not mistaken. Captain Margus was exactly as he imagined him. The only mistake was that Margus was in no hurry to fulfill his promises if it suddenly became unprofitable for him. There was even the slightest opportunity not to bother himself, with the promise or the fulfillment posed some risk to his life and health. Heron. Listen, did your guys all come back? That Captain's fox did not kill or steal anyone? Anubis. Yes, I lost 7. The team opened fire upon meeting. Margus could not. Forgive us for his suitcase. I've already sent funeral notices to their families. But Elohim disappeared without a trace. He was in the children's room, mocking the child's corpse. But when we called him, he was no longer there. However, he was definitely not among the dead. Heron. So this pale-faced tall beast took Elohim captive. Now we will not catch him. But when he brings human goods, we will make him answer for Elohim. I will personally shoot him something if he dies, or is used as a slave. Meanwhile, Margus was calculating what to do next. He decided to unload the guns on an uninhabited island, leaving only 2 Hadron pistols for himself and George. He took the captive Elohim there, chained him to a rock, leaving him with food for a month. The ship was to be searched by the police, and nothing extra should be found during this event. Under normal conditions, he coped with driving the vessel perfectly and therefore prepared the crew to play the role of the unfortunate victims of the Bermuda Triangle. Aliens. Invaded, killed everyone. Plundered, even raped. As expected, the ship was visited by military police, followed by research groups and technical expertise, television reporters, and finally producers of programs about extraordinary phenomena. A very serious investigation took place, but the court believed the captain. The technical examination did not find any defects and the ship was allowed to sail, the company ordered. Captain Margus was resourceful in resolving court cases, so he managed to get several more cruises from Havana to St. Petersburg, which promised a lot of money. Having escaped the supervision of officials, Margus returned to the island to pick up the prisoner and forced him to do dirty work on the ship. The interest of ufologists in the ship was endless, and Margus very skillfully and cynically used the events that had recently scared him half to death for additional income. He took part in many events of fans of extraordinary phenomena, wrote a lot of articles, and made a huge number of science fiction films. Greed for profit was the only meaning of Margus's life, and for the sake of money he would do literally anything. His ship was actively transporting drugs, and all his sins for the sake of profit were countless. Trip to Latin America, visiting Cuba. When we say that everything is bad, we are only mistaken in that everything around us is even worse than we assumed when we said that everything was bad. Neither Arseny nor Majesh knew the story of this brave captain. Majesh was happy about his residence permit in Estonia and a Cuban visa and tried to persuade Arseny to go to Cuba with him. Majesh. Arseny, according to my information, there was a large research center in Guanahacabibes in Cuba. It is possible that we will find something interesting about prions there. Arseny, I left the Prions. The university does not want to finance my work anymore. Majesh, in Cuba, apart from the revolutionary past, there is absolutely nothing. Only old dead politics and beaches filled with adulterers. That is what you will find in Cuba. Majesh, Arseny, Sanya, and Seryoga, your friends, are completely stupid in history. They do not even know when the USSR arose, and they received the Nobel Prize only for showing scientists several monuments of ancient Atlantis. The average modern earthling knows nothing of the great past of his native planet. If you know some little things, then you can do the greatest discoveries by earthly standards. Arseny, it seems to me that you just want to escape to Cuba. You are attracted by the fact that the state regime there is the same as yours, in Negara Shastru Persekutuan. But believe me, only the name remains of Cuban socialism, which cannot be said about your homeland. You are attracted to Cuba because the climate there is more like your home climate than here. This, of course, is undeniable. But computer repair suits me perfectly without all these details of the history of this stupid Atlantis. You see, I don't give a damn about all these Shambhalas, Thebes, Mohenjo-Daro. I need real money, euros, not rubles, here and now. Majesh, in the entire history of our business, I only see mountains of laptops that I repair in a day. I see nothing but work. All the money ends up in your wallet. I want both of us to make a significant leap in our standard of living. Believe me. In Cuba and Mexico, I will find something that will give you the opportunity to defend a doctorate on prions. And the doctorate will be a trifle compared to what I will reveal to humanity from its history. And that is why we both need a trip to the Caribbean countries, Arseny. Majesh, there is some rather unusual news on TV. Something happened at sea. Majesh, let's listen. The ship La Paloma was discovered off the coast of Spain with its surviving crew and passengers who disappeared without a trace. Captain Margus claims that the completely technically sound ship got into some kind of black tunnel, which lowered it down in some kind of ether unknown to science, where some geography unknown to Earth was discovered. It was received by some unknown port, the inhabitants of which took the passengers captive for medical experiments. The pirates, according to the captain, belonged to an extraterrestrial race. Their skin was green with a reptile-like body. A fin grew on their backs. Majesh, it's clear as day. Now I'm completely convinced that there is a Spironian city living at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle. Arseny, what Spironian city? I've watched a whole series of programs about mysterious ship disappearances departed from the shores of Cuba. How can aliens live on the bottom? Aliens can fly in from the sky like you, but not crawl out from the ocean depths. It's just that Margus apparently pulled off some kind of nasty little deal and covered himself with pathetic nonsense about extraterrestrial intelligence. Majesh, the Atlanteans made a spatial descent. It remained from her times and was used by the creators for a quick exit into space. In ancient times, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, there was a large island with a favorable climate and ecosystem. There, Earthlings created the first state in their history, which tried to bring the entire planet to prosperity. They sent cosmic greetings to the universe, greedily sought brothers in intelligence, sought friendship and love in the universe. The Spironians, natives of a planet neighboring ours, were then scouring the corners of the universe and caught a signal from the Atlanteans, and naturally came to visit. And what kind of guests they are, you probably guess. They flew to Earth and sent humanity back to the Stone Age. But as for the deeper details, excuse me. Being an electrician by profession, I don't know. Arseny. Well, just like the drunkard Fernando was raving, I understood that Atlantis was in the place of the Bermuda Triangle, and different aliens fought among themselves over it and sank it. Just agree. Captain Margus is just crazy. Air-breathing creatures cannot live at the bottom of the sea. Majesh, there is a spatial descent there. It created a bell above the city. That is why Imperial ships visit this place from time to time. They apparently trade with Dude Seabrun. Another thing is that they have not repaired the descent for at least the last 10,000 years, and therefore it will not always work. Arseny. Well, and you are going to Cuba. The Greens will swallow you up along the way, and your entire Mexican expedition will end up in the Greens' electric chair. Majesh. Planes fly to Cuba regularly. No one is forcing you to sail by sea through that triangle. By the way, I have created several devices that will help us detect the presence and proximity of a spatial descent, orient ourselves on the planet without a compass. Arseny. That's right. It turns out that's where the disassembled laptops go. Majesh. I still have those laptops from training, so I sold the portable weather and coordinates determinator very profitably. Now I can pay for my own travel to Cuba with it, though it's one way. Arseny. Even a fool can see that you decided to stay and live in Cuba. But I remind you once again that Cuba is no longer the one you want to see, and you won't be able to set up your business there well. Majesh. A fool can only understand one thing. You only need me as a worker. This money for repairing computer equipment is enough for you. But I am disgusted to live at the bottom, especially at a time when the talentless Alexander and Sergei received the Nobel Prize for my translations. Arseny. It is dangerous to travel. The ships first, Maria Celeste, then Corona Queen, disappear. Majesh. I collected data on all the missing Earth ships in the Bermuda Triangle and noticed a pattern. They all disappeared with a frequency of 30 years, which indicates the weakness and serious wear of the devices used by the Sparonians. In theory, the descent should work without fail, but there is one but. The field generator is very old and needs to be replaced. It is very expensive. They will hardly be able to create it themselves. It needs to be bought from the Empire. And the Empire, apparently, is not very interested in selling this device to Earth. And the local settlement, I understand, does not have much money. In addition, we need to send repairmen there. In general, there's only one conclusion. They will not repair it, and we will pass quite well. Arseny. It's strange, Majesh, but people did not notice this logical chain of disappearance of ships. But you are right. It definitely appears like a graph. Majesh. People generally notice little of what was happening under their noses. They generally remind me of children. Also, while I was translating textbooks for Alexander and his resourceful friend, I dug up things about people that are better not to know at all. In short, when all the dreams came true, when earthly happiness was built, there weren't enough people. Their demands on life grew beyond all bounds. They dreamed of God knows what, about descendants for same-sex couples, about all sorts of hybrids with animals. In general, they left behind a scorched field both literally and figuratively. A debaucher who had sodomized himself to death crawled into the government of the earthly paradise, and after him, an alcoholic who had drunk himself to death. The one who was a debaucher gave us your planet for eternal, undivided possession, and the other drank alcohol from our enemies. The debaucher was slaughtered by the Greens, the drunkard saved his ass, giving us away to the Greens, lock, stock. Then a nuclear war on Earth, between us and the Greens. The main island of the Atlanteans sank. A nuclear winter broke out on the planet. People barely survived, lost all technology and memory of their achievements. 99.9% of technical means were taken away by the Sparonians. So people found themselves at the very broken trough with genetics broken to pieces by all sorts of hybridizations and additions. Only 1 out of 10,000 people survived. Children were the last to die. Due to all sorts of your ugly genetic experiments, tumors with toothy worms grew from their bodies, which later ate these very children alive, sowing spores of this terrible disease around. After the most severe selection, only a few survived. There was no point in talking about a civilization, the most primitive one. Arseny. Wow. You want to say that Atlantis actually existed? And I thought that it was all the drunken delirium of the drunk Indian Fernando and the scammers from Paranormal Phenomena. Majesh, watch the news. Atlantis has been recognized by official science. That's what our best friends got the Nobel for. People are terrified now. They have successfully forgotten the past. But Sanka and Seryoga reminded them they don't know where to go and what to do. The tragedy of Atlantis overturned all the brightest impulses of humanity, so much so that people barely escape from their paradise. Arseny. Yeah, bright. Majesh. The same sex and other evil spirits came later, right at the end. In the beginning, everything was fine. It's just that later, people who grew up without grief, troubles, and hardships wanted to grow wings and hooves, and so their happiness flew away. We can talk for a long time, but in one word, one thing. You are so stupid that even if you build something good, you yourself will break it. Because a person who lives in happiness and joy does not grow up until his very last breath. Maybe we are the same, but the war with our neighbors kicks us so much that before you have time to open your mouth, you have already been killed and disassembled for organs by enemies. Therefore, there is no time to dream about winged elephants. Our childhood physiologically passes without a trace in 7 years, in fact, much faster. Physiologically, we also grow up very quickly, because our wild nature is as cynical and sinister as our relations with neighbors. That's why we don't get a sweet childhood, and life beats out early adulthood and thriftiness in judgments with a whip. Unihonu ran into the Vimana blown up over Britain. When the troops arrive, they will take you, Earthlings, seriously. This is not a threat. This is your future. Arseny. Okay, the day after tomorrow, the flight to Cuba. Enough of this demagogy, better go get tickets. Majesh. I already ordered tickets online, but one way, in Cuba we'll order return tickets, they're cheaper there. I took it for 2. Now you better tell the clients that we're taking a month's vacation. Arseny. Why did you take it for 2? Who told you that I also want to go? Majesh. If you don't want to, go. I'll rent it out, but there's no point in you staying here for this month either. There's no end of clients, you don't know how to do repairs yourself. If you say that the master is on vacation, they will demand that you do at least something yourself. They will order you to call me on Skype. And when I climb into the pyramids, we'll have no time for Skype and other trivial events. If you want to dig up something, then you will have to postpone the repair of the computers. Secondly, I have already planned out some work for you. We will go to Itza. This is now Mexico, the state of Yucatan. There was an ancient genetic laboratory of completely morally dissolute earthlings there. And there the Speronians gave your drunkard alcohol until he lost his pulse. He ran there. To his friends from our tyranny in the East. If you find empty bottles, don't be surprised. Our Governor General of the Earth joked that the alcohol in the entire universe wouldn't be enough for your ruler. But that ancient alcoholic isn't interesting to us, but you can learn a lot for yourself in that lab. Arseny. That's where I'd start. It's certainly better than Belfast, but tell me where I'm sure I'll find a word about prions there. Majesh. What do you care about prions? Don't you have any other diseases? Take up cancer or Alzheimer's. It's also incurable. Or problems with infertility. Normal people get married, but there still aren't any offspring. Arseny. I wonder if they studied anything there, except for the problems of same-sex marriage and incest. In the context of all the material on Atlantis, that's the only opinion I got about it. Maybe they also made human-animal hybrids there. Majesh. The famous Botanica lab perished there. That green bastard created hybrids of humans and Spironians, kept them as donor. Cattle for blood transfusions for soldiers. Biologically, they were perfect without any flaws. They waited until the hybrids grew to an age when they could be used for organs. But there was some kind of failure, not scientific, but social. The botanist was seriously wounded and almost died, retired due to disability, and his laboratory was taken over by thick-headed soldiers and religious fanatics. They were complete idiots in biology and got rid of the hated laboratory. It was intercepted by the Atlanteans. Well, what they did there I won't dare to say. Arseny. Fernando was right, so he's right. Damn, and I thought he was a simple Mexican drunk. The laboratory, you say, fell into the hands of the Atlanteans. Horror. I can imagine what they created there. Majesh. Arseny. The plan is this. We get off the plane in Havana, then customs. From there to the train station and buy train tickets to Cienfuegos. We spend a week wandering around the area according to my textbooks. We find something. We don't find anything anyway. We go back to Havana. We report our findings to the Cuban Department of Archaeology. Then we fly to Merida, and there it's your profile. We look for Itza and scoop up the finds there with a shovel. We formalize everything we find, systematize it, and hand it over to the archaeologists. From there back to Cuba, where I'll check Guanacabibs again and back to your Estonia, full of materials. Arseny, that's what we'll do. Listen, so according to your calculations, it turns out that the Bermuda Triangle is not dangerous now? Majesh, they won't exhaust ancient mechanisms with work for fun. If they break, then they're finished. They're not even relatives, will not be able to visit them to take pharmaceuticals for the imperial family. They recently collected human cattle. Now they need to put it to use. This will take time, another reason for the periodicity of the abduction of earthly ships. The only thing is that if they agreed with Earthlings on the supply of human flesh, then yes, then they will open a path to themselves. But this is impossible. Firstly, Greens by nature are not particularly good at making contact with anyone, and secondly, customers cannot fly to them for the product every day, and they hardly need the shock pace of production. Arseny, the triangle, then, is not dangerous. Then let's go back by ship, not by plane. It will be cheaper, only we will lose time, of course. Majesh, we have money, even though you really like to spend it bypassing me. Arseny, the ship sails for a long time. During this time, we will be well prepared to defend our findings in front of the Earthly Academy of Sciences. We will fly quickly home. Clients with computers will again come in a greedy crowd. It only just dawned on me that the money is not really in the repair shop, but in global discoveries. Majesh. Finally. And, keep in mind, we'll split the profits equally this time. Arseny. Magesh, come in. Customs Officer Jose. The purpose of your visit to Cuba is tourism. It's amazing. It takes 15 years to fly to visit our country. Majesh, we have a similar political system to your country, but I'm interested in archaeology. So we'll need to go to the Guanacabibs Islands. As I recall, they belong to Cuba. Jose, you're right. This is Cuba. Your documents are all in order. Go to the exit, where you will receive your checked luggage. Majesh, well, my first trip on the planet in the open, without the Soviet secret. Services, Arseny, take a map of Cuba just in case. Make sure it has the coordinates. Then I can match it with my sources. Arseny, I want to buy a map of Cuba with coordinates. Candida, saleswoman, will this one do? Arseny, Magesh, come here. Majesh, yes, we'll take it. Candida, that'll be 20 pesos. Arseny paid. Candida, where did the Martian come from and why did he come to us? Arseny, Nagara Shastu Bersekutuan. He came to study history and archaeology. Candida, so he came to study Jose Marti, Fidel Castro. Arseny, no, he doesn't. Need this trash. He came to study the ancient history of your stinking island. Majesh, in fact, your island is beautiful, and I've already studied your heroes very well in the Soviet Special Services. Don't pay attention to Arseny. He's freaking out. His doctorate was ruined because he didn't get funding, and now he's scared of the Bermuda Triangle on the radio. I came to study the ancient history of your country, which not long ago was not even considered a reality on your planet. We need to get to Cienfuegos. Candida. I hope my map will help you. Take a taxi to the station, and you will be in time for the train today. You will be in Cienfuegos tomorrow. Majesh in Spanish. Thank you. Majesh to Arseny. Why are you so rude about Cuba? Arseny. You will see now. We will walk a little. Through the informal life, you will see everything with your own eyes. I do not advise going to the beaches at all. You will remember Atlantis. Majesh. You yourself have been to Cuba. Why can you talk about it like that? Arseny. Alexander was there. He told me about it. Majesh. Listen to him more. The pig, as they say, always knows how to find dirt. That's why he goes there, to sodomize. Arseny. I'm going for wine. Majesh. I can't drink alcohol. My physiology is different. Alcohol is poisonous for us. I don't advise you either. In this heat you will find prions. Arseny. Fernando drank like a stallion and almost spilled the beans about Atlantis. Majesh. Your Fernando is a strange person. He started drinking when his family was taken over by the cocaine mafia. Another thing is, how did he know so much about Atlantis? Arseny. He drank a lot, raved a lot, the delirium coincided, that's the whole story. Majesh. I don't think so. There's something wrong with him. Let's look at the map. Where to go from Cienfuegos? Arseny. Open your coordinates. Let's take a look. Majesh. Damn it, it turns out that this very object is now under the sea. Arseny. What? And where did you drag me out? So that we could swim in the sea here and come back? Well, yeah, the tropics are good for your health. Majesh. Who knew that this damn object sank? Arseny. What are we doing? Now maybe right away. Mexico? Majesh. Wait a minute, let's see, maybe I'll find something. Arseny. You won't find anything. You'll just warm your gray ass in the Cuban sun, which is what you came here for. Passions for Guanacabibis. After arriving in Cienfuegos, the travelers immediately got on a bus and went to the coast, from which the sea route to the Guanacabib site opened up. Magesh. As I can see, there's nothing here except a tropical forest. Arseny. And I told you so. Or here's the beach. Admire it. I told you. Now look with your big eyes. Majesh. The Atlantis history textbook wasn't wrong, though. Now I see that they weren't lying. Arseny. Oh yeah. 25,000 years have passed, and nothing has changed. Majesh. Look, the ruins of some ancient building. Arseny. Majesh. The Cubans have been hanging around these ruins all their lives, and you want to say they haven't seen them. Majesh. They were hanging around, but they didn't know. According to their official history, there was nothing at all in Cuba. Let's see what this thing is. Arseny. This is some kind of plastic material with hieroglyphs. An old Chinese phone for sure. Majesh put the inscription in the decoding device. The laptop screen displayed Tlaxcala, an ancient Atlantean city. Majesh. This postcard says the name of the city of Tlaxcala, now Mexico City. Arseny. Wow. A truly great discovery, worthy of a Nobel Prize. A medal for the city of Tlaxcala. Majesh. I came here for the huge amount of money. And where is it? Majesh. I deciphered it further. It says that in Guanacabibs there was a subnuclear particle physics facility, and in Itza a genetic laboratory. Arseny. That's great. I came to Cuba to find out that I had to go to Mexico. You're just great. Majesh. Arseny, it's like half your brain is switched off. Are you a chemist or not? How could plastic survive 25,000 years? And I'm sure that's the era. Arseny. So it's not plastic, but something else. Material. Majesh. It's good that it got through to you now. Better late than never. I'll turn on the composition analyzer that I made from the material of a training laptop. Look, the material contains nanoparticles. Put it in a bag and carry it to the trunk. Arseny. Cool, what else will you find? Majesh. Let's look. Not chatter. And what is this? Arseny. Yes. A burnt hand from a doll. Majesh. No way. This is part of a plastinated corpse. The ancient Atlanteans plastinated their dead rulers. A severed hand. It looks like someone simply burned the mausoleum of Earthlings with a laser. Most likely Vijay did his best. He hated everything earthly. We were told this from history in school. Arseny. You're a cool archaeologist. You only know school history. And even that's a C. Majesh. I'm an electrician, not a historian or a doctor. Arseny. To lose so much money for the sake of some empty Cuba. Let's go to Itza. We're just wasting our time here. Majesh. I wonder if the search at Mexican customs is as serious as at Cuban customs. Arseny. What are you thinking? Magesh. I can make 2 Hadron pistols, believe me. They could come in handy in Itza. I don't like the idea of a customs officer inspecting this black hole thrower. God forbid he pulls the trigger, the customs will be smashed to pieces and they'll blame us. Arseny. I don't get it. Can you make a black hole generator? Majesh. It's not difficult for me. Arseny. What else can you make that would make us unrivaled on the market? Majesh. A lot of things. Look, we found this really cool one. Read. Made in Dud Sibran, Spyron Empire. This is an ancient marker filled with nanoparticles. Arseny. I don't get it. The paint hasn't dried. For some reason it gets under the skin and can't be washed off. I don't feel any pain, but it feels like this marker has made a tattoo. Majesh. Give it here, blockhead. You haven't realized yet that this crap was sold in Atlantis. Get used to it. Most finds can be dangerous not only for your health, but for the entire planet. There was a war between 2 space superpowers, so don't rush to apply every find to your body right away. The Speronians could do anything for the Atlanteans. Are you sure that your blue fingers will now toothed worms won't grow? For example, I don't know how they infected Earthlings with these worms. Arseny. So the felt tip pen is in the bag too? Majesh. Yes. It's amazing that it's been lying there for 25,000 years and it doesn't seem to have changed at all. Arseny. So we're handing over all the finds to Cuban archaeologists and documenting them. Majesh. Yeah, I'm not really interested here. This wasn't a pyramid. It was a local ancient tattoo studio. Look. There are also felt tip pens of other colors scattered around. Put them in the bag, and let's go where the truly serious stuff is. Arseny. Okay, great. You owe me 20,000 euros for this stupid Cuban trip. Majesh. Let's take the finds to the Academy and off to Merida. Arseny. Compensation for Cuba, a bonus for all the Cuban finds in my pocket. Compensation for Cuba, a bonus for all Cuban finds, goes into my pocket. Compensation for Cuba, a bonus for all Cuban finds, goes into my pocket. Majesh. No, equally. Arseny. No way, that's not what we agreed on. You told me that in Cuba, you dig up enough money for a Nobel, and then equally. But you found some stupid, albeit ancient, everyday Atlantean trinkets. Majesh. If they are accepted as their real age, then I don't know about the Nobel Prize, but the local Cuban one for sure. This will prove that a very ancient great civilization once lived in Cuba, which made full use of nanoparticles, even for such trifles as getting a tattoo. Forgotten Itza Majesh. Arseny, this is cool. Overgrown, just like ours in Prishmalya. Arseny. How should I know how it is in Prishmalya? Well, yeah, only the Ruby Eye and the trade unions go there, where you can complain. Majesh. Look, a pyramid that hasn't been touched by anyone. Arseny. We were lucky this time. Itza, it turns out, isn't Merida. Or rather, a structure that hasn't been explored by Earthlings. Majesh. Well, that doesn't mean the pyramid doesn't have new owners. Turn around. A cry of Ulyulyu was heard and the travelers were surrounded by Indians. Horribly disfigured by tattoos and other methods of changing their appearance, something between a man and an animal moved towards Arseny. A severely disfigured face, but nevertheless physically very strong, picked up Arseny with one hand and brought him to her extremely unpleasant face, stared at him for a while, put him down on the ground, laughed wildly and screamed, "Kukulkan." Arseny began to show with gestures that he wanted to go into the pyramid. Majesh ran up with a translation device. Indian. My name is Itsanma, the leader of the local tribe. It is better not to go into the pyramid. There are pale-faced people there, hiding cocaine. They are armed. Let's go to the tribe. Majesh picked up the Hadron pistol, aimed at a tree and fired. Black holes flew out, tearing a huge tree into pieces. Itsanma. There are a lot of people there, and they have machine guns. We are physically very strong, but there is no defense against a bullet. How many of these pistols do you have? Majesh. 2. Itsanma. You won't kill them, even though your weapon is more destructive than a machine gun. Arseny. What are those palefaces doing here? Itsanma. They force us to grow coca. Then some ship comes here and takes the cargo. The captain is very pale-faced, just like Arseny. Not even Spanish, and I think his name is Margus or something like that. He brings them money and an exchange takes place. Arseny. If you don't give them coca, what will happen? Itsanma. They capture children from the tribe and return their fingers to us, then their noses and ears, then their eyes, until we bring a ransom to in the form of a drug. Majesh to Arseny. We need to kill the gang leader, scare him with our weapons. Itsanma. This is my daughter Sosol, she will take you to a wigwam. Arseny. Magesh, you go with that stinking sow. I'm going to the pyramid. Itsanma. I don't advise it. Juan is sitting at the top with his accomplices. They are armed to the teeth. Arseny. I don't care. Magesh. Go. Leave me the gun just in case. Arseny climbed into the pyramid. Juan. Well, we have guests. Arseny. Juan, we only need the pyramid. We are not from the cops. We are absolutely not interested in what you are doing here. We need the lower tiers of the pyramid. Juan. And I am not at all interested in what is in that fucking pyramid on the lower floors. I am only interested in one thing. How much money will you give me for access to these floors? Arseny. Will 10,000 pesos be enough? Juan. Not enough. At least 50,000. Arseny. You'll get half the money when we enter and we'll bring you the rest when we leave. Juan. Go ahead, but bring the money right away. Arseny. Magesh. Magesh, bring your wallet with 25,000 pesos. Itsanma. Don't bring them the money. They'll take it and throw you out or lock you up on the lower floors and wait for ransom. Arseny. Forget about that Indian donkey and come here with the money. Juan. So you wanted to go to the lower floors of the pyramid, if I remember correctly. Arseny. Yes. Juan. Well then, go ahead. Put the money on the table. Arseny put 25 bills with Miguel Hidalgo's image on the table. Juan. That's good news. The travelers went down. Francisco. Get to the point. Francisco jumped up to Arseny and took his entire wallet. Arseny. What are you doing? We gave you the money we promised. Juan. Look, morons. They think we're going to play fair. Lock these two asses on the bottom floor. Francisco. Where the plastic corpses are. Juan. Yes, that's where. By the way, where are their documents? Francisco. Sorry, I already locked the entrance. I don't want to go after them. Come on, pour some tequila and let's drink, guys. Come on. Over. Juan. They won't run away from us. We're in captivity. In the morning, we'll see who their relatives are and shake some more dough out of them. Let them pay ransom for their fools. Majesh. Now do you understand what I really wanted to show you? Arseny. Yes, only now we are captives of the bandits. Majesh. Do you have the Hadron pistols with you? Arseny. Yes. Majesh. Then consider us free. And now let's get down to business. Arseny. I'm freaking out. I've never seen anything like this. So many plastinated bodies of genetic variants. This isn't just one Nobel. A millionth of this find is already a Nobel. Majesh. Arseny, come here. There's an open capsule, supposedly for storing a body, but there's no body in it. Arseny. Look. The mechanism worked in one capsule. Majesh. I translated the inscription on the empty capsule. The name Philomonus is written here in the Atlantean language. Arseny. Majesh. Something's completely wrong here. Completely wrong. Majesh. I have a feeling that someone is about to crawl out of this capsule. The capsule opened and a young, handsome guy with very white skin and a very faint, barely noticeable greenish tint crawled out of it. In the middle of the juicy, fleshy lobe of his left ear, a small stud earring sparkled. He greeted Arseny and Majesh kindly, but they did not understand his greetings. For better understanding, he turned on the translator. He told Majesh that the man spoke Atlantean. Cheops. My name is Cheops. My brother Chephren and sisters Hatshepsut. Isis and the adopted Atlantean boy Amenophis are still sleeping here. The Speronians were causing chaos here and we all went into samadhi. Arseny. I don't need this Elton John, the fact that he's delirious either. Tomorrow we'll throw this baby boy to the bandits. While they're having fun with him, we'll jump out of the pyramid. Majesh. Arseny. We did the right thing with the bandits. I hid the main wallet and bags with the fines at Sosil's, so we'll have to go to the Indians. Arseny. The Indians are stupid by nature. You can easily pack that mountain of meat. There with a Hadron pistol, we need to think about how we'll escape from the ones above. Majesh. Not really. Make noise. Let's get down to business. The capsule with Philemon opened 35 years ago, which means Philemon is that same Fernando, who is a drunkard and knows a lot. Also, we need to make sure that this same Cheops doesn't run away anywhere by the morning. Arseny. What is he doing now? Majesh. Looking for his little sister. She is also sitting in the capsule and apparently will soon be resurrected. Why he is looking, I can guess. The Atlanteans are a terrible people. Arseny. I don't like that they are greenish. It is barely noticeable. But it is there. They are not people, I tell you. Not people. We need to take a genetic analysis from this freak. There is a plan. Come closer. Majesh came up to Arseny and began to listen. Arseny. He will not find his sister. Apparently their relatives hid well in the pyramid. We will say that we know where his relatives are, that they have already been resurrected and went to the upper floors of the pyramid. Juan will catch him there and will start dismantling. While the gang is busy with this greenish fool, we will jump out, having laid out several. Majesh. The plans are falling apart. You hear a knock in the wall. It looks like a capsule was walled up in the wall. Arseny. Holy shit, just holy shit. But how will it get out of the wall? Majesh. Cheops reacted to the knock. He began to destroy the wall. It turns out it was made of plastic. Soon a capsule was exposed, similar to the one from which Cheops himself came out. A cracking sound was heard in the capsule, as if its door was opening. The door finally opened and a beautiful young girl came out of the capsule, who immediately after waking up found herself in her brother's arms. It was Hatshepsut. She couldn't stop looking at her recently awakened brother. Sat down next to him and they began to whisper about something. The capsule she was sitting in fell down, revealing a long tunnel leading to a secret exit from the ancient laboratory. Majesh took the translation device, the Hadron pistol, and approached the couple. Majesh. Itza has been taken by Shastrian troops. I am Officer Majesh. Stop admiring each other and provide your genetic cards. Hatshepsut. There is always some kind of occupation of the earth. Cheops. Nothing to do. I will have to give it up. Cheops approached the table and handed Majesh the crystal. Majesh attached the crystal to the portable reader and translator. Arseny. Look, these creatures were created from the correct combination of human chromosomes, an earthly woman, and a green creature with a fin on its back, that is, as you say, a Spironian, Majesh. So hybrids? Arseny. Yes. The male of this newly created species has no facial hair. The other genes are all very skillfully combined, so that a viable, healthy organism is obtained. Majesh. The device translated the information about them. Their mother, Eve, the wife of the earthly ruler of that time, Eros, their father Elohim, actually a Spironian biologist who created them. The purpose of creation is the transplantation of their organs to Spironian soldiers wounded in battle. Arseny. Cool. Majesh. The devices show me that the open tunnel has an exit to the street. That's where we will leave. Juan. Margus called. He came for a new batch of cocaine, said he would stay in the port for 2 days and then sail away. Francisco. It's not quiet in the pyramid. Juan. It's not the Indians doing anything wrong, or the prisoners are up to something. Francisco. The prisoners. 100%. They're some kind of scientists. They know a lot. We're actually sitting on a living Nobel Prize, but we don't understand anything about science. Our destiny is to hide cocaine on the property of all mankind. Juan. Enough chatter, grab your machine guns and let's go restore order. Magesh. Arseny, let's go. Come on, hurry up. Arseny and Majesh, having filled their bags with all the ancient artifacts that came to hand and were suitable for removal, ran along the tunnel to the exit. Juan and his accomplices rushed to the lower floors and met someone looking for hybrids. Juan. I don't get it. Where are those white and gray ones? What nonsense. And where did that pair of licking freaks come from? Francisco ran up to the girl, put a knife to her throat and screamed, Where is the humanoid and the earthling we sent down? Here yesterday? Not understanding anything, the Atlantean biculture began to break free. If you don't know where the prisoners are, then give me pleasure, Juan yelled, taking off his pants and ordering Francisco and Diego to undress her and position her in a more suitable position for biological intimacy. Cheops, seeing that Juan had started to rape his little sister, finally broke free from Diego, who was holding him, ran up to Juan and kicked him in the face. Everything happened very quickly. Francisco slashed the girl's throat with the knife and threw her aside to bleed to death. Juan caught her brother, and they continued to fight. After breaking his brother's arms, Juan took a machine gun lying on the floor and emptied a clip point blank into the recently awakened Atlantean. Other members of the gang scoured the tunnels of the pyramid, but they still could not find the main prisoners. The enraged bandits ran to the top floor, not understanding where Arseny and Majesh had gone. At this time, the prisoners ran to Sosil and Itzanma, grabbed their bags with documents and ran away. They heard the noise of a train passing nearby, ran towards this noise and found themselves on the way to Merida. Meanwhile, the bandits accidentally pressed the buttons of an ancient mechanism, and the laboratory rooms of the pyramid began to slam shut one after another. The criminals were lucky. By this time they had all gathered at the very top, and therefore none of them remained walled up in the ancient rooms. Juan decided to take his anger out on Itzanma and his daughter, took a machine gun and went to the Indians. The next morning the tribe buried their leader and his daughter, returned to Cuba. Arseny. Yes, you were right about that. Another thing is that the pyramid was adorned with earthly crime. You could sit there and study for a month. What month? Professors would have enough for a century. Without this pyramid, the Mayan Indians amazed modern science with their ancient, highly accurate calendar. Majesh. The calendar is the result of long observations from earthly observatories and not an alien phenomenon. Now we were eyewitnesses to an older and much more developed civilization than the Mayan Indians. Arseny. If it weren't for crime, we would have learned a lot of interesting things from the Indians, although they came here many thousands of years later, after the last cities of Atlantis had died out. And therefore the Mayan Indians are very wild people, absolutely ignorant of either the inhabitants of other planets or the Atlanteans. Nevertheless, Cortez, the Spanish conqueror of Mexico, spoke of the incorruptible bodies of kings discovered in the pyramids and burned at the stake by the Holy Inquisition. Majesh, your Cortez, with his thirst for conquest, reminds me much of the representatives of our world, rather than the Atlanteans. In general, you are creatures of extremes. You either go mad in search of justice, which in fact simply does not exist in nature, or you become criminalized to the limit and turn into wild, aggressive animals. There is no other way. Arseny, I wonder who in ancient times developed the technology of filling the body of the deceased with plastic or plastinizing. Majesh, this stupid custom was developed by the Spironians. Like everything stupid that has ever happened in history, they invented it and foisted it on the mindless earthlings. That is, the Atlanteans. Everything here is from them. Tattooing, plastinizing corpses, organ transplants, creating hybrids, cloning, promoting drug addiction and sexual perversion among the inhabitants of other planets. Arseny, according to history, Cortez burned everything mummies made in this way. There's no point in looking for them anymore. Majesh, according to other sources, Cortez simply made up this story with plastinated bodies to exalt his exploits in the fight against everything non-Christian. But there is no smoke without fire, and the existence of ancient plastinated corpses here is quite justified. Arseny, one way or another, the artifacts have already been destroyed. There is no point in looking for them now. Therefore, we are registering the finds and handing them over to Mexican scientists, and we ourselves are quickly flying to Cuba. Majesh, I agree. The travelers were bored in Cubas. Having received a state prize for finding an ancient Atlantean tattoo parlor and a plastinated finger, they were awaited by very bad news from Mexico. The police, sent to destroy the gang, simply drove it off the pyramid into the jungle, where the bandits took refuge. The passage to the lower floors of the building was so tightly closed that Mexican archaeologists did not believe that an entrance there existed at all. Despite echolocation data, it was not possible to find an entrance to the lower cavities of the building, and scientists decided to freeze the project until they found a more elegant solution to penetrate deeper into the building. And so, the only joy came from handing over the bodies of the dead hybrids to the authorities, which the bandits dragged to the still open premises. The examination showed that they were not quite human, and also confirmed the age of the find at 25,000 years. The case of the generous bonus for Arseny and Majesh began to develop, but proceeded extremely slowly due to the limited capabilities of earthly science. A boring pastime forced the travelers to go to the beach, where Arseny met Alexander, who with his wife were testing the great achievements of Eros in practice. Alexander, and how did you end up in Cuba? Arseny, it was Majesh who got carried away here, and I went to find something about prions. Alexander, and the gray-assed one is here too. Of course, he's naturalized now. Arseny, we found a pyramid with a genetic lab on the lower floors. Alexander, will you give me the coordinates, or else my Evelyn needs a Nobel Prize too. By the way, it's really stupid to look for something about prions here in Cuba. It's better to do genetic experiments with a friend under a palm tree here. Arseny, we've already registered the coordinates for ourselves, so Egypt is enough for you to live on. Better tell me which ship is the cheapest to get to Estonia. Alexander, there's a captain with a private business here, collecting returning European tourists. His name is Margus, he's from Estonia, he'll be here tomorrow. Don't oversleep, it's really cheap and cozy. In the morning, Arseny saw a man on the beach in a beautiful captain's uniform. He walked along the beach with a megaphone and announced, on March 25th, a ship with all the amenities leaves for St. Petersburg with stops in Miami, Kingston, Lisbon, London, Stockholm, Riga and Tallinn for only 1,500 euros per person. A beautiful return home, Arseny. Majesh, we'll go back with him. Sanya recommended him to me. Majesh. That damn Sanya has surfaced again? That bastard won't give any good advice. He only knows how to clear up trouble with other people's hands. He secured a future for himself and his girlfriend on my account. A complete blockhead in science, he barely managed to get through his Nobel speech, which, despite all his efforts, was just a circus. Now he gives advice. Arseny? Well, he recommended the captain. Why should there be some kind of catch? Another thing is, he was the last one to be in the Bermuda Triangle. He somehow got rid of the passengers there and quickly resumed his business. Majesh, my intuition tells me that the captain is a swindler and we will get into trouble. Apparently he managed to come to an agreement with the Greens. Arseny. Even if he did escape from them, he is unlikely to want to get caught back with them, since they still have the advantage in all matters. They are unpredictable in their plans. Majesh. This is already logical. No matter what he does, he hardly needs dirt. Arseny. Well, yes. Why should he explain to the authorities again where he put the passengers? The captain meanwhile said, only 2 cabins left. Arseny approached Margus and announced his agreement to sail on his ship. The captain did not like Majesh right away, and he told Arseny that he would not take the grey-bottomed man with the big eyes on board for any amount of money. Then Arseny offered Margus all 4,000 euros and he agreed, but on the condition that the Martian would sit in the cabin the whole way, and at the slightest suspicion of any behavior that was not pleasing to him, he would simply drown him in the sea. Arseny understood the latter as a joke, especially since Margus was smiling at the same time, and the travelers went to the ship. Captain's unusual business. The travelers, despite all the events that were happening to them, had quite a lot of artifacts that needed to be carefully processed, and therefore, there was no time to hang around the deck. The main material that needed to be processed was the ancient information crystals with files collected in the laboratory, which Majesh managed to connect very successfully to a laptop and translator. Therefore, after 25,000 years, the most ancient scientific data began to speak. They talked about a huge array of ancient experiments, but there was not a word about prions. Majesh. Well, did you find anything about prions? Arseny. Absolutely nothing. It feels like they didn't exist back then. There seems to be some kind of strange picture there. There are almost no genetic diseases, or rather, they were all corrected by some kind of plasmid. Then suddenly there's a leap. The plasmid is improved to such an extent that it can be used to reorient the sex of the genome and remove those areas that can cause illness in the offspring of a closely related couple. There were no transitional moments or works listed in the protocols. Majesh. So the plasmid, the one that was improved, was not actually made by the Atlanteans. I told you that the Speronians gave all these perversions to Earthlings along with the technical equipment for their implementation. Arseny. I have a feeling that these plasmids were not created in this laboratory at all, but someone tested their quality or simply studied their action. Majesh. It looks like the Full Bay laboratory, but it was located not far from India, not here at all. Arseny. Look here. This plasmid treats the schizophrenia gene, and this one treats diabetes. All of them, it says here, were created by Atlantean geneticists. The last one is placed as if opposite. It does not say that it was created by the Atlanteans. It says that it was transmitted from Mars to make non-standard couples happy with the birth of a healthy offspring. Majesh. Of course, it seems to have already killed Mars, then it was dropped on Earth. Arseny. You know better. You came from God knows where. And we, Earthlings, do not even know if we have been to the moon. Majesh. We flew past Mars, a cold, lifeless planet. Although in the history of Atlantean times, it is described as very alive, green, and life-affirming. Apparently the plasmid is so widely used or turned around that he had generally wasted his whole life. Arseny. So they were trying to prove something to someone with these Studies. Most likely that this new plasmid from Mars poses a great threat to life on the planet in general. Majesh. What else is said there, besides genetics? Arseny. There is a lot of scientific information. It is very specialized and cannot be said in a few words. Majesh took out the device he had designed and noticed the coordinates of the ship's location. Arseny. Majesh, what are you doing? Aren't you interested in genetics? Majesh. Just in case. I want to keep an eye on the ship. I used this device to record the coordinates of the finds, checked them several times with the known ones, and everything matched. Arseny. So you don't really trust Margus? Majesh. It's always better to double-check if it's not difficult. I really like the Cuban climate. It's similar to ours. But in fact, I want to return to my planet, to Emushnagar, the villages near Ishmael. Even though there is a war going on there, this is my homeland. Despite Majesh's complete lack of interest in genetics, Arseny managed to captivate him with his translations of ancient protocols made on his device and therefore lost track of time. Meanwhile, time passed and one day he made a lot of noise. Majesh. Arseny. 2 weeks have passed, and we have not yet left the waters of the Bahamas. Arseny. So where are we sailing then? The ship is moving at a good speed. Majesh. We left Cuba a long time ago, but now we are in Colombia. As I understand geography, this is not on the way to Europe at all. Arseny. Interestingly, Margus never mentioned Colombia at all, that he would take the ship there. Majesh. Let's look at the device's recording, where our ship has been recently. So we approached Mexico 3 times, were in Venezuela twice, and are currently in Colombia. It is also interesting that the ship never docked at an official harbor marked on the map, but was always in ancient abandoned ports. I don't know about other countries, but I can definitely say about Mexico, it is located approximately where that gang was, a little to the east of that place. So that cocaine gang simply moved from the pyramid to the east, since archaeologists took up the pyramid itself at our suggestion. Arseny. Yes, it's interesting. Margus truly has many extraneous interests. Majesh. Instead of a clear path along the designated route, passengers are given a lot of unfulfilled promises against the backdrop of life-affirming music and an abundance of amenities. Note that no one except us worries that we are sailing somewhere in the wrong place. It is no less interesting that the ship docks at Latin American ports at night. Is he collecting drugs in these illegal ports? Arseny. It looks like it, but after collecting the goods, he still has to move across the Atlantic. Majesh. I don't know how many suppliers he has. In general, it's better to keep quiet about this topic for now. Arseny. Play dumb, and ask the captain where we are now. It is also interesting that the ship never docked at an official harbor marked on the map, but was always in ancient abandoned ports. I don't know about other countries, but I can definitely say about Mexico, it is located approximately where that gang was, a little to the east of that place. So that cocaine gang simply moved from the pyramid to the east, since archaeologists took up the pyramid itself at our suggestion. Arseny. Yes, it's interesting. Margus truly has many extraneous interests. Majesh. Instead of a clear path along the designated route, passengers are given a lot of unfulfilled promises against the backdrop of life-affirming music and an abundance of amenities. Note that no one except us worries that we are sailing somewhere in the wrong place. It is no less interesting that the ship docks at Latin American ports at night. Is he collecting drugs in these illegal ports? Arseny. It looks like it, but after collecting the goods, he still has to move across the Atlantic. Majesh. I don't know how many suppliers he has. In general, it's better to keep quiet about this topic for now. Arseny. Play dumb, and ask the captain where we are now. It is also interesting that the ship never docked at an official harbor marked on the map, but was always in ancient, abandoned ports. I don't know about other countries, but I can definitely say about Mexico, It is located approximately where that gang was, a little to the east of that place. So that cocaine gang simply moved from the pyramid to the east, since archaeologists took up the pyramid itself at our suggestion. Arseny: yes, it's interesting. Margus truly has many extraneous interests. Majesh: instead of a clear path along the designated route, passengers are given a lot of unfulfilled promises against the backdrop of life-affirming music and an abundance of amenities. Note that no one except us worries that we are sailing somewhere in the wrong place. It is no less interesting that the ship docks at Latin American ports at night. Is he collecting drugs in these illegal ports? Arseny: it looks like it, but after collecting the goods, he still has to move across the Atlantic. Majesh: I don't know how many suppliers he has. In general, it's better to keep quiet about this topic for now. Arseny: play dumb and ask the captain where we are now. Arseny: I asked. He said that we were already at the Bahamas. Majesh: a pure lie. The device tells me specifically that we are not there at all. The device is verified with the exact coordinates. Look at all the check file records. Arseny: there's nothing left to do. We just need to wait. He has to pay his suppliers. But if he is only collecting, then how will he pay? Margus actually turned out to be a great swindler. Magesh: there's only one solution. We need to wait until he collects the goods and goes to sell them. Arseny: wait. He is talking about something with the navigator. I'll go listen. Margus: George, we don't want to go into the Bermuda Triangle. So, do you really want to tell Anubis or Heron why Elohim is enslaved here? George: the drug lion is tired of waiting while we're playing blind man's bluff with Anubis here. They'll find other messengers. Margus: so what should we do? George: let's take the cattle to Thebes. Tell them that Elohim went crazy and threw himself into the sea. Wait. Let's drown him. Margus: and where are you going to find another slave who would do all the dirty work for a pittance? By the way, there's a gray one on board. Those devils will find him. I don't know how the dialogue will end. George: okay. But let's not delay then. Along the Brazilian coast. Then along Africa to Gibraltar. Margus: maybe we can sell the cocaine in Lisbon. They'll give you more there. George: they called me. I've never heard of such skyscrapers from the mat. The money is already ready there. Arseny: Majesh, the promised route is not working. They will first go around Brazil, then along the African coast to Gibraltar. Majesh: why is he making such cruises? Africa is useless as a buyer. Arseny: listen carefully. They are transporting cocaine to Lion bypassing the Bermuda Triangle. Moreover, it turns out that Margus met with some Anubis in Thebes and agreed that he would supply them with human cattle. But their relations are clouded by something. Someone is enslaving them there. Only that someone did not understand. Also, you are a big obstacle for them to travel through Bermuda. Majesh: I was watching the behavior of Margus and George when you went to listen to what they were talking about. Well, they did not notice you, but there was some boy standing very close to them and he simply could not help but hear what they were talking about. Arseny: that little moron is interested in sailing. He's not even visible from underground yet, but he's been running after the captain from the very beginning. He's just brainless. He doesn't even realize that adults have other games. Majesh: that curious one has gotten into big trouble. Look, he's running after the captain in the engine room. I can't because of my appearance, and you go hang around nearby. Arseny: his name is Michael. He's from Miami. Majesh: how do you know? Arseny: I heard him talking to his mother Jessica. He also has a girlfriend sailing here, his age, Elizaveta, also from Miami. Michael, not understanding the danger posed by the captain, ran after him and asked how the steering's wheel worked. Margus understood perfectly well that his conversation with George had been overheard by a curious kid and his emotions had gone over the edge, and he shouted at the gathered crowd. of onlookers. Take your degenerate away. He is interfering with my control of the ship. Jessica hastily took her son and began to gently explain that the sea wolf was busy with business and therefore could not devote time to him. Get out of here, everyone. Leave me with the crew, Margus shouted. Michael, Mom, what is cocaine? The captain told George that he was taking cocaine to Lion. The child shouted so loudly and clearly, pronouncing the words that only the deaf among those standing nearby did not understand anything. Margus realized that Michael was completely speechless, and soon the whole ship would find out about his case. Finally, everyone left. The captain tightly closed the door. Elohim, to me, the captain shouted. A green, dirty little body crawled out of the room near the devices. Margus. So, green creature, did you see that youngster who was pestering me with questions? Yes, the green slave whispered. Margus, tonight, send him to his forefathers with your Hadron pistol. Do it cleanly, silently. When the parents miss him, we'll blame him on Majesh. He's also a humanoid, not a human. Then we'll throw him out to be torn apart by his parents. Elohim. Okay, you can cross him off the list of passengers today. Margus. George, maybe we should take the passengers to Atlantis after all. They're very curious. I don't like the rumor about cocaine spreading among them. George. The whole problem is with Elohim. There will be a rather unpleasant conversation because of him. And he suits us very well. We'll have to give anyway. Margus. Okay, we decided to go around. It would be better to just ditch Anubis and let him catch the people himself. They won't pay me any money, and I won't exchange their karangas anywhere. I've had enough weapons to die with now, and let Elohim shoot these curious ones one by one. Then he didn't tell Elohim what he wanted to do with him specifically in the end. Night fell. Elohim dressed up as a clown, took a gun, and went to kill Michael. In addition to the child's rather unnecessary chatter, the passengers were already nervous about the arrival time in Miami. The evil face under the lush robe crawled to do its dirty work. Jessica, for some unknown reason, was delayed on deck. Michael was alone in the cabin. Having found the necessary emergency keys, the green freak opened the door and climbed into the cabin. He gave the child a toy boat, and while he was admiring it, he launched several marbles at it. The child disappeared, sucked into microscopic black holes. Having fulfilled Margus's order, Elohim closed the cabin and climbed into his kennel. Jessica searched for her son all night, but to no avail. Margus declared that children should be looked after by their parents first and foremost, and that he would do everything in his power to find him. Children's words about cocaine and Lion, especially after his disappearance, began to make the passengers especially anxious. The thought that Margus had far-reaching criminal goals and not just fulfilling his direct duties was already very difficult to dispel. Now Elohim had work every night, and every morning a person disappeared. The riot grew. The passengers suspected each other. The crew very skillfully sowed discord and fear of each other among the passengers. The voyage gradually turned into a real hell. Rhythmic and life-affirming music no longer lifted the mood. It came to Majesh too. One day, under pressure from passengers about where people were disappearing to, Margus pointed his finger at Majesh. Look, he's not a man. This gray creature is snapping you one by one. I'm afraid of him myself because I don't know how armed and dangerous he is. The angry crowd rushed at Majesh with their fists, but he was unusually quick and ran away. He hid somewhere in the ship. The passengers in their anger rushed around the ship looking for Majesh. Majesh quietly entered his cabin and thought about how to fix the situation. By evening, people ran to their cabins and locked themselves in. But the mysterious disappearances of people did not stop there. Quietly hiding in the luggage compartment, Majesh said to Arseny, "Of all that's happening, I noticed the following. No one from the team has disappeared so far, while there are fewer and fewer passengers left. Also, the captain and his crew walk around the ship like kings, disregard people and do, almost openly, only what they need. Arseny. It is also interesting that from the last voyage of Captain Margus only the crew survived, so he simply pushed the murder of the passengers onto the Spironians and dealt with them somehow himself. Majesh. I wonder how it is possible to get rid of a passenger within the ship so that no one sees his disappearance. Arseny. You can nail him and throw him overboard. Majesh. Every night one person disappears, so someone must throw the body overboard every night. We should keep an eye on him at night to see if anything is thrown into the open sea. Arseny. Okay. I'll keep an eye on him tonight. The night passed, began to bring the passengers into a particularly anxious state. The idea that Margus had far-reaching criminal goals and not the performance of his direct duties was already very difficult to dispel. Now Elohim had work every night, and every morning a person disappeared. The rebellion was growing. The passengers suspected each other. The crew very skillfully sowed discord and fear of each other among the passengers. The voyage gradually turned into a real hell. Rhythmic and life-affirming music no longer raised the mood. It came to Majesh, too. One day, under pressure from passengers about where people were disappearing to, Margus pointed his finger at Majesh. Look, he's not a man. This gray creature is snapping you one by one. I'm afraid of him myself because I don't know how armed and dangerous he is. The angry crowd rushed at Majesh with their fists, but he was unusually quick and ran away. He hid somewhere in the ship. The passengers in their anger rushed around the ship looking for Majesh. Majesh quietly entered his cabin and thought about how to fix the situation. By evening, people ran to their cabins and locked themselves in, but the mysterious disappearances of people did not stop there. Quietly hiding in the luggage compartment, Majesh said to Arseny, "Of all that's happening, I noticed the following. No one from the team has disappeared so far, while there are fewer and fewer passengers left. Also, the captain and his crew walk around the ship like kings, disregard people, and do, almost openly, only what they need." Arseny. It is also interesting that from the last voyage of Captain Margus only the crew survived, so he simply pushed the murder of the passengers onto the Spironians and dealt with them somehow himself. Majesh. I wonder how it is possible to get rid of a passenger within the ship so that no one sees his disappearance. Arseny. You can nail him and throw him overboard. Majesh. Every night one person disappears, so someone must throw the body overboard every night. We should keep an eye on him at night to see if anything is thrown into the open sea. Arseny. Okay, I'll keep an eye on him tonight. The night passed, began to bring the passengers into a particularly anxious state. The idea that Margus had far-reaching criminal goals and not the performance of his direct duties was already very difficult to dispel. Now, Elohim had work every night, and every morning a person disappeared. The rebellion was growing. The passengers suspected each other. The crew very skillfully sowed discord and fear of each other among the passengers. The voyage gradually turned into a real hell. Rhythmic and life-affirming music no longer raised the mood. It came to Majesh too. One day, under pressure from passengers about where people were disappearing to, Margus pointed his finger at Majesh. Look, he's not a man. This gray creature is snapping you one by one. I'm afraid of him myself because I don't know how armed and dangerous he is. The angry crowd rushed at Majesh with their fists, but he was unusually quick and ran away. He hid somewhere in the ship. The passengers in their anger rushed around the ship looking for Majesh. Majesh quietly entered his cabin and thought about how to fix the situation. By evening, people ran to their cabins and locked themselves in. But the mysterious disappearances of people did not stop there. Quietly hiding in the luggage compartment, Majesh said to Arseny, "Of all that's happening, I noticed the following. No one from the team has disappeared so far, while there are fewer and fewer passengers left. Also, the captain and his crew walk around the ship like kings, disregard people, and do, almost openly, only what they need." Arseny. It is also interesting that from the last voyage of Captain Margus only the crew survived, so He simply pushed the murder of the passengers onto the Speronians and dealt with them somehow himself. Majesh. I wonder how it is possible to get rid of a passenger within the ship so that no one sees his disappearance. Arseny. You can nail him and throw him overboard. Majesh. Every night one person disappears, so someone must throw the body overboard every night. We should keep an eye on him at night to see if anything is thrown into the open sea. Arseny. Okay, I'll keep an eye on him tonight. The night passed. Majesh quietly entered his cabin and thought about how to fix the situation. By evening, people scattered to their cabins and locked themselves in. But the mysterious disappearances of people did not stop there. Quietly hiding in the luggage compartment, Majesh said to Arseny, From everything that has happened, I noticed the following. Up to now, no one from the crew has disappeared, while there are fewer and fewer passengers left. Also, the captain and his crew walk around the ship like kings, disregarding people and doing, almost without hiding, only what they need. Arseny. It is also interesting that from the last voyage of Captain Magus, only the crew remained alive. So he simply pushed the murder of the passengers onto the Speronians and dealt with them somehow, himself. Majesh. I wonder how it is possible to get rid of a passenger within the ship so that no one sees his disappearance. Arseny. You can nail him and throw him overboard. Majesh. Every night one person disappears, so someone must throw the body overboard every night. We should monitor at night to see if anything is thrown into the open sea. Arseny. Okay, tonight I'll follow up. The night passed. Majesh quietly entered his cabin and thought about how to fix the situation. By evening, people scattered to their cabins and locked themselves in, but the mysterious disappearances of people did not stop there. Quietly hiding in the luggage compartment, Majesh said to Arseny, From everything that has happened, I noticed the following. Up to now, no one from the crew has disappeared, while there are fewer and fewer passengers left. Also, the captain and his crew walk around the ship like kings, disregarding people and doing, almost without hiding, only what they need. Arseny. It is also interesting that from the last voyage of Captain Magus, only the crew remained alive, so he simply pushed the murder of the passengers onto the Speronians and dealt with them somehow, himself. Majesh. I wonder how it is possible to get rid of a passenger within the ship so that no one sees his disappearance. Arseny. You can nail him and throw him overboard. Majesh. Every night one person disappears, so someone must throw the body overboard every night. We should monitor at night to see if anything is thrown into the open sea. Arseny. Okay, tonight I'll follow up. The night passed. Arseny. I walked around the deck all night, didn't see anything, but 5 people have already disappeared. Majesh. The most interesting thing is that if someone on the ship has a hadron weapon that shoots black holes, then this is how it will be. I am the only one with a hadron weapon, but I have mine with me and always under supervision. So the captain has a hadron weapon, apparently not of large caliber, a pistol. Since Earthlings themselves do not know how to make it, then they got it either from us or from the Speronians. Since the Speronians live in the city under the dome, then the captain got it from them. Most likely he exchanged passengers for this weapon just when his ship disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle. By all logic, they will now accuse me of using hadrons, since I am a humanoid. And it was with my presence on the ship that these mysterious disappearances began. Arseny. People disappeared in locked cabins. You were actually seen, that's it. So today or tomorrow the enraged crowd will rush towards you. Majesh. It only remains to find out who will be the next to be sent into oblivion. The death of Elohim. In fact, everyone saw Majesh, but only the captain and his crew knew about Elohim's existence on the ship. Therefore, naturally, Elohim was not under suspicion, but that night was his last. Elohim had become impudent. The captain had allowed him to kill, and his thirst for murder and natural craving for sadism had completely taken over his personality. Against the background of complete impunity, he simply floated in this matter, playing with a terrible pistol he was happy to kill, and kill. He had even stopped asking the captain who to kill tonight. He wanted to kill Elizabeth, Michael's friend. She was very actively looking for her dead friend, but her parents calmed her down in every possible way and locked her in the cabin. Elizabeth no longer played in the children's room, but was always in the cabin. Magesh thought that tonight it would be her turn to disappear, and he suggested that Arseny follow her. Returning to the cabin, Magesh finally explained to Arseny the principle of operation of Hadron pistols, which create a black hole in front of the victim. Meanwhile, the people were getting the idea that someone was killing them with ordinary weapons and throwing them into the sea. Magesh. In addition to this weapon, Arseny, I want to tell you something else. Not on this very topic. I translated the following from the historical crystal. When the war with the Speronians had already come to Earth, precisely in the last year of Atlantis' existence, the Speronians decided to quarrel us with Earthlings once and for all. Then, knowing the peculiarities of our constitution, they decided to create a viable embryo from a mixed Shastro-Earth couple. But as a result, an infectious material developed that transmitted a brain disease very similar to prions. The experiments were done in Shambhala, in your opinion, in Shambhala. Since the Atlanteans put organ transplantation on a conveyor belt, the whole of Shambhala became infected with the disease and died out. Therefore, your prions should be looked for not where we were looking, but in Shambhala. Arseny. Of course, this is interesting. But now we need to get out of this. Magesh was terribly tired of hiding. He really wanted to prove his innocence. That's why he constantly claimed that the Speronians, living under the bell at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, rob ships in the Bermuda Triangle, kill the crew, and reprogram the ships so that the machines carry out their commands, and not those coming from the captain. Meanwhile, screams of horror were heard in one of the cabins. The doors of all the neighboring ones, as if on command, locked with a key. 2 slams were heard, then a quieter one. The door opened, deprived of a lock by the same pistol, and a dwarf in a clown's outfit climbed out. Yes, this short freak is an alien both for you and for us, said Magesh. It is he who kills people, probably on the captain's command. That is, the captain knows very well about him and his tricks. Elohim hid in the corner after the murder of Elizabeth's parents and waited for her to appear. Magesh stood by the door and watched what was happening through the spyglass. The young victim appeared. Here she comes. Elohim also crawled out of the shelter, ran up to Elizabeth and began to whisper something to her, pressing her against the wall. Finally, he took off his mask and showed her his real face, naturally to scare her. Elizabeth screamed in fear, but Elohim wanted not just to kill, but to mock, and in this he was in his traditions. He really wanted to solder her lifeless dead head to the wall of the door of our cabin in order to then accuse Magesh of murder. But to do this he had to shoot very carefully and therefore took a long time to aim. Magesh showed Arseny the emergency exit from the cabin, and they quietly went down to the lower floor, slipped through to the stairs, went up to the floor, and began to quietly creep up to their cabin. The girl, who had lost her adequacy from fear, backed up to the door, and Elohim kept aiming his pistol at her. Arseny took a knife, crept up to the reptilian, and with a deft movement of his hand cut off his head. The sadist's head rolled under Elizabeth's feet. She screamed in horror. Green blood flowed in streams from the collapsing small body. Magesh jumped up, pulled the pistol from the dying hands of the Speronian, took Elizaveta, who had gone mad from her recent nightmares, to his cabin. The girl lay in complete stupor from horror and was completely inadequate from what she had seen. Magesh began to show Arseny the pistol. Magesh, look, the company is a subsidiary of the Speronian. Do you see the inscription that looks like ligature? I read Atlantis, a former colony of Spirin. Take the head of the reptilian you killed. We'll show the people who the captain was hanging out with. So we have 3 pistols. We took one from Elohim. I made the others myself. Now I'm armed and very dangerous for the captain. Arseny, we don't yet know what kind of arsenal Margus and his team have. Majesh, we also don't know who in the team knows how to use it. Let's better rummage through the pockets of the dead Speronian. Maybe we'll find something useful. They couldn't find anything in the clothes, generously stained with green blood. Someone already cleaned this beast before us. The pockets are empty. Majesh was indignant, continuing to nervously rummage through his pockets. Arseny, well, you want to find it in it, let's throw it into the sea. I can't stand the terrible smell of this freak's blood. Majesh, you're a madhouse. This is the military. Uniform of an Atlantean soldier, on top of which the freak pulled a clown's robe. They, like us, give their soldiers reading material on crystals, encyclopedias on astronomy, space navigation, medicine, and history. It's just that the pockets are empty. Or the freak liked to read it and left it by his computer, or, more likely, accidentally lost it, or even threw it away because he didn't need it. This little bastard liked to look only at other people suffering and nothing more. Stop. He found one crystal. Found it. Arseny. So where did you get the idea that this scum would read something good? Maybe there's pornography or some kind of sadism there? Majesh. The crystal has the inscription Mishrabida. Arseny. What does that mean? Majesh. The history of the earth. That's what. The truth is everything on Spyron will be, and the version is probably a political order of Atlantis. It will be very good to read. I speak Spyron. We will learn a lot from the history of your planet, although distorted in their enemy way. Majesh carefully washed the crystal from Elohim's blood, wiped it, and put it in his pocket. He crumpled up the bloody clothes and carried them to throw into the sea. The murder of Elohim shocked Margus. He was seriously scared. Firstly, because he himself had never held this weapon in his hands and did not know at all how to use it, and how was he now going to kill the unwanted? And secondly, he had no idea what he would tell Anubis at a possible meeting about the fate of Elohim. Meanwhile, when the crowd gathered again at the captain's bridge and demanded that they finally figure out the disappearance of the passengers, Majesh threw the green head into the crowd and exclaimed, "Look, here is the real killer. Arseny and I tracked him down when he was trying to kill another victim and killed him. Now look how their weapon works. Throw the head in the air." The crowd threw him up and Majesh shot him in the head. He instantly disappeared. A riot began. People flew at Margus and the crew, demanding explanations and to steer the ship on course. He began to beg that they were almost under Lion and he would let everyone out there. He began to frantically tell the passengers that they themselves did not know how to steer the ship without him and were doomed to die in the open sea. The riot gradually died down. Indeed, among the passengers there was not a single one who was familiar with navigation science, so it really was impossible to do without the captain. Now Margus became especially dangerous for Majesh, but Majesh had a serious advantage over the captain. After all, he knew how to shoot a Hadron pistol, and the captain did not. Bermuda Triangle computer virus. Meanwhile, Majesh, no longer particularly afraid of the passengers, continued to spy on Margus's behavior. Margus lied constantly and without stopping. He was not heading for any lion, but was clearly descending to the south along the Brazilian coast, and Majesh's devices recorded his progress quite accurately. Majesh, he's going around Bermuda, the bastard. Elohim died. Now Margus will not be able to justify himself to the Atlantean authorities. He shot 7 soldiers when they met. Now he has nothing to do in the Theban port. He is not a particularly welcome guest there, especially considering that he has tormented most of the passengers. Arseny. But the Atlantean people are unlikely to let him go now. Most likely they are already preparing equipment. We don't have much armament and there are few people. Majesh. I also have no business being in the clutches of the Atlanteans. It would have been nice to get off the ship in Africa. From the vector of movement, it was clear that the captain was not thinking of turning north, but would most likely go either through the Pacific Ocean or the Indian Ocean. And indeed, a month later, he turned into the Pacific Ocean, having picked up more cocaine in the illegal ports of Brazil. Margus. George, I changed my mind about going to Lion via Gibraltar. Let the Lion people wait. George. They don't want to wait. They're very indignant. They're already looking for other suppliers. Margus. They don't have to wait. We'll sell the goods, don't worry. The problem is that we can't enter the Triangle area at all. We either had to take tourists to the slaughterhouse or transport cocaine. George. Of course we didn't sleep last night, dreaming of calling at the Theban port. After all, the green scum dragged us in themselves. Thanks to your talent, we squeezed at least some benefit out of what happened. Margus. If the human cattle hadn't sniffed out the cocaine, everything would have worked out. The people would have been handed over to the Atlantean people. The drugs would have been driven to Lion. And immediately again, the Bermuda Triangle is to blame for everything. Believe me, tourists are only needed by the green ones as cattle to grow pharmaceuticals on. No one would listen to them about cocaine. This white powder is of no interest to anyone there at all. In Lion, after handing over the goods, I would again play the unfortunate victim and have everything with me. Both the super weapon and the huge amount of money. George, we got wound up ourselves and could not stop this circle of shooting the knowledgeable. Everything went painfully smoothly. No screams, no blood, no traces. Just like that, the fool disappeared and foolishly jumped into the sea, and that's it. We were tempted and your Elohim worked flawlessly. Now we went with losses, financial ones for now. And later, I don't know how we will prove that we disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle, because according to the map, we were not observed at its coordinates near it. Margus. I will find out how to correlate the disappearance of passengers with the triangle. There is a gray one on board. About the Earthlings know very little about them. He was the one who shot people. We have a big problem. How will tourists know where we are really sailing? George. And how did you get the idea that they would know? Margus. Maybe you're deaf, but I'm not yet. The passengers are already talking about Uruguay, where in fact we're heading at the moment. George. The passenger blockheads never figured it out. Someone is informing them, and I even know who. The gray one is doing it, only he is capable of creating additional navigation devices. Margus. So, should we kill the gray one? George. In theory, yes, but in fact, Elohim's pistol disappeared along with his body. No one has seen him since the murder. So Majesh took the pistol, and an armed gray one is no longer an unarmed gray one. It's better not to quarrel with such a gray one directly. Margus. Let's wait a little. The only bad thing is that the gray one is always inciting riots among the passengers. George. Nothing to do but wait. Meanwhile, Majesh and Arseny. Magesh. The captain still does his job. He sails where he needs to, and not where he promises the passengers. Arseny. I remembered an earthly horror film about the Bermuda Triangle. For some reason, the ship in the film, when leaving the Bermuda Triangle, no longer obeyed the captain, although technically it was absolutely fine, and only performed devilish, sinister tricks with the new crew. By the way, according to Margus, after his first visit to Thebes, exactly what happened to the ship is shown in the film. The ship was controlled from the outside, and it was no longer subject to its own control. Majesh. The machines are connected to the Theban computer control panel. The Atlanteans created a computer virus that connects all the mechanisms to their computer and makes them ignore the signals sent by earthly programs. Usually the ship's movement is programmed by the captain. But if you create a computer virus and infect the computers and the machine control with it, then the machines will begin to obey not the captain but what is written in the virus program. Arseny? And how can I check? Maybe the Atlanteans infected our ship with their virus at some point, but then destroyed it. Majesh. I doubt that they removed the virus from the ship's controls. But it's actually easy to check. Tonight I'll sneak onto the captain's bridge to the ship's main computer, make a copy of its files, and then look for virus remnants on my computer. As it turned out, the ship's control algorithms did indeed contain a virus, but with an order not to execute the virus material. Majesh. Look, here are parts of the virus program. It's just that its execution is prohibited. The date the program was downloaded coincides with the time the ship was in the Theban port. Arseny. What are you going to do with this program now? Majesh. Do you still hope to see Talon? The ship Margus is tossed around the world, sometimes receiving cocaine, sometimes selling it, but it never sailed on the promised course, and it never arrived will be. Arseny. So what do you suggest? Majesh. There are no options. We need to create our own virus. Do not listen to manual control. Do not execute commands from the computer. Turn off the machines if they are given a command outside the text of this program. When turned on, execute only this program. Set a course sharply north at the maximum permissible speed. Slow down only if land is detected along the way. Go around the obstacle. Slow down at the coordinates of the Gibraltar port, and infect the ship's main control computer with it. Arseny. Brilliant. How long will it take? Majesh. Yes, everything is ready. All that remains is to load the program onto the control computer. I will do it right now. In the morning, the captain noticed that the ship had stopped obeying him again. He was floating again in the visibility of a dark tunnel and was completely ignoring the commands sent by Margus through the control computer. Margus. George, the Atlantean bastards have caught the ship again. That's the last thing we needed. How did they do it? We were already in the Pacific Ocean. Anubis said that the shores of Spain were the last point where his devices were active. George. That's in the northeast. We don't know how. Far south, they've advanced their devices. Margus. Give the machines a repeat program to sail south. George. Nothing's working, Margus. The machines have stopped listening. Altogether. Margus turned pale and swore, but his foul language was of no help. The ship was rushing through the black ether straight to the north and very quickly. The crew was praying again. When the ether disappeared, the ship was already standing at the entrance to the port of Gibraltar. Catching the signals that had disappeared during the ether, Margus sadly reported, "We are in Gibraltar." The machines began to obey him again, and he led the ship to Lion, in the old abandoned port of which drug dealers were already waiting for him. Having exchanged the goods for money, Margus could not understand for a long time the motives of the Atlanteans to help him get to Europe. It looked very strange and incomprehensible, although the fact that it was the Greens who helped them reach Lion so quickly was completely undeniable. Margus, I didn't expect such a turn of fate. I didn't understand anything at all. And why did Anubis and Heron need to give me a lift to Lion so quickly? George, it's strange. We were afraid of them and avoided them, but they found us and helped us. Margus, but I don't understand at all how they benefit from such help. George, I also simply don't understand what benefit this gives them. Maybe their devices just couldn't handle it, and we fell here, and they were dragging the ship to themselves. Their devices are clearly weak. We noticed it the first time we were caught. Bastards, they caught the ship again. That's all we needed. How did they manage it? We were already in the Pacific Ocean. Anubis said that the shores of Spain are the last point where his devices operate. George, it's in the northeast. We don't know how far south they've advanced their devices. Margus, give the machines a repeat program to sail south. George, nothing's working, Margus. The machines have stopped listening altogether. Margus turned pale and swore, but his foul language didn't help matters. The ship was rushing along the black ether straight to the north and very quickly. The crew was praying again. When the ether disappeared, the ship was already standing at the entrance to the port of Gibraltar. Catching the signals that had disappeared during the ether passage, Margus sadly said, "We're in Gibraltar." The machines began to obey him again, and he led the ship to Lion, in the old abandoned port of which drug dealers were already waiting for him. Having exchanged goods for money, Margus could not understand for a long time the motives of the Atlanteans to help him get to Europe. It looked very strange and incomprehensible, although the fact that it was the Greens who helped them reach Lion so quickly was completely undeniable. Margus, I did not expect such a turn of fate. I did not understand anything at all. And why did Anubis and Heron need to give me a lift to Lion so quickly? George, it's strange. We were afraid of them and avoided them, but they found us and helped us. Margus, but how such help is beneficial to us? I don't understand at all. George, I also simply do not understand what benefit this gives them. Maybe the devices just couldn't handle it, and we fell here, and they were dragging the ship to themselves. Their devices are clearly weak. We noticed it the first time we were caught. Bastards, they caught the ship again. That's all we needed. How did they manage it? We were already in the Pacific Ocean. Anubis said that the shores of Spain are the last point where his devices operate. George, it's in the northeast. We don't know how far south they've advanced their devices. Margus, give the machines a repeat program to sail south. George, nothing's working, Margus. The machines have stopped, listening altogether. Margus turned pale and swore, but his foul language didn't help matters. The ship was rushing along the black ether straight to the north, and very quickly. The crew was praying again. When the ether disappeared, the ship was already standing at the entrance to the port of Gibraltar. Catching the signals that had disappeared during the ether passage, Margus sadly said, "We're in Gibraltar." The machines began to obey him again, and he led the ship to Lion, in the old abandoned port of which drug dealers were already waiting for him. Having exchanged goods for money, Margus could not understand for a long time the motives of the Atlanteans to help him get to Europe. It looked very strange and incomprehensible, although the fact that it was the Greens who helped them reach Lion so quickly was completely undeniable. Margus, I did not expect such a turn of fate. I did not understand anything at all. And why did Anubis and Heron need to give me a lift to Lion so quickly? George, it's strange. We were afraid of them and avoided them, but they found us and helped us. Margus, but how such help is beneficial to us? I don't understand at all. George, I also simply do not understand what benefit this gives them. Maybe the devices just couldn't handle it, and we fell here, and they were dragging the ship to themselves. Their devices are clearly weak. We noticed it the first time we were caught. But I don't understand at all how they benefit from this kind of help to us. George, I also simply don't understand what benefit this gives them. Maybe the devices just couldn't handle it, and we fell here, and they were dragging the ship to themselves. Their devices are clearly weak. We noticed it the first time we were caught. But I don't understand at all how they benefit from this kind of help to us. George, I also simply don't understand what benefit this gives them. Maybe the devices just couldn't handle it, and we fell here, and they were dragging the ship to themselves. Their devices are clearly weak. We noticed it the first time we were caught. Margus, we can't come to any official port now. The surviving passengers will certainly sue us, and we will spend the rest of our days in prison. They have seen and know too much. You can't throw all the ends into the Bermuda Triangle now. George, now we are doomed to become eternal wanderers of the sea. There is only one way out. Get rid of all the passengers and play out this old comedy with alien pirates. Magesh. After the murder of Elohim, people stopped disappearing without a trace. This once again speaks in favor of the fact that until now, it was Elohim who was killing people. Arseny. We must live on, Magesh. We are still far from Tallinn, and Margus now has every reason to completely get rid of the passengers, and it makes no difference whether he gives them to the Atlanteans or simply shoots them with regular guns. After all, if they stay alive, then he will not escape the trial. Arseny saw it coming. Margus ordered George to master the Hadron weapon at all costs. After long training, he barely learned how to use a pistol. Although while learning, he accidentally sent his finger and several things into oblivion. After that, cases of passengers disappearing without a trace on the ship resumed. Majesh. Look, someone started using this damn pistol again besides us. Arseny. Someone from the crew finally mastered the use of Hadron pistols. Majesh. This ship, according to my instruments, is heading south again, back to Brazil. Arseny. Now he's fleeing Europe. He needs time to shoot all the passengers and shift the blame onto the greenbacks. And so he will continue to engage in drug trafficking and slowly get rid of passengers. Then he will write off their death, going ashore and whining pitifully about innocent victims to the extraordinary Bermuda Triangle. Majesh. There is no way out. We need to create a program so that it will lead directly to Tallinn. Meanwhile, people kept disappearing and disappearing. Elizaveta came to her senses, but Arseny decided not to tell her that her parents had died. Instead, he advised her not to leave the cabin for safety. At night, Majesh launched the program again. The captain was furious. And then it dawned on him. The ship was not being controlled by the Atlanteans, but by someone else. Most likely, it was Majesh. The others were not capable of this. Majesh was again in danger. The ship was rushing to Tallinn, completely ignoring Margus. Reddened, Margus ordered his newly minted shooter to kill all the passengers. He went for his pistol, and did not find it. Majesh, at night, when he was installing a new virus in the control computer, stole a pistol from a sleeping George. Margus cursed for a long time when he found out about it. But the biggest horror in him was the gaping hole instead of a door to his alien weapons warehouse. The hole was burned, as it turned out later, by Majesh, and all the weapons were out of order. By this time, only 8 people and 1 humanoid remained from the passengers. Margus decided to shoot the rest with a firearm, but it was too late. The ship was sailing past the Estonian islands. The ether was disappearing. The passengers were hiding around the ship, and it was already very difficult to find them. Becoming unimaginable fury, Margus ran around his own ship like a prisoner. Meanwhile, Majesh taught the surviving passengers how to use a pistol. Now completely different objects were disappearing, but Majesh did not stop there. Using a hadron cannon, he created a shallow around the ship. This environment could no longer leave the ship, and he was arrested. Margus and his crew were arrested and handed over to court and received life sentences. Elizabeth was returned to Miami. Arseny and Majesh returned to Tallinn, where they continued to examine the extensive material collected during this expedition. Tallinn slept peacefully on the shores of the Baltic Sea. The Earthlings had almost forgotten about the arrival of alien troops promised by Nihon. Most of their time was occupied not by politics, but by simple everyday life. Meanwhile, a squadron of well-armed warships had already left Shastra and were flying to Earth. Shastrian scientists had created ultra-precise machines that tracked the pulse of a crystal located at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle. The Atlanteans used it as a storage facility for some kind of energy generated from water, and it supplied electricity to all of Atlantis. Nihon immediately equipped a military company, blaming not the Earthlings but the descendants of the Spironians for the death of Majesh's ship. War awaited Earth. The Bermuda Triangle was to say goodbye to its evil inhabitants and lose its extraordinary sinister properties, which had frightened Earthlings for so long. The entire population of the Republic of Atlantis was to be completely destroyed by Shastrian soldiers. Majesh was to meet his brothers and become the viceroy of Nihon in the Shastrabaru Dominion, located on the side of the Bermuda Triangle, where the Atlanteans had previously lived. Thus, Majesh went from a simple soldier, who'd already been buried with military honors in his homeland, to vice president.